Close your eyes and hope that this is just imagination. Girl, but all the while, you retreat and creep in everyone. You're on a time. But again, demons come signing on every side. They will possess you. As you change that number on your card. Now is the time for you and I to cuddle close together. All through tonight, I'll save you from the terror on the screen. I'll make you see. Darkness falls across the land. The midnight hour is closing in. Creatures crawl in search of blood to terrorize all neighborhoods. And whosoever shall be found without the soul for his count must stand and kiss the hounds of hell and rot inside a corpse's shell. The fabulous stenches in the air, the funk of 40,000 years, and crazy ghouls from every tomb are closing in to seal your doom. And though you fight to stay alive, your body starts to shiver. For no mere mortal can resist the evil of the thriller. Hello everyone. Hello people. Hope you're enjoying the music. Let me just finish getting ready here.
Hello. Okay. Hello, my beautiful ones. And thank you so much for joining. This is Bloom Chakra Healing Tarot. My name is Sasha. I am your green goddess for this evening and for all time, as I bring you part 2 of our very, very exciting story through the cosmos, through history, through our sacred feminine mythology that we so excitingly started on Monday, which was the Virgo supermoon, the Virgo full moon. We started this journey on Monday and it was a very auspicious day for a number of reasons, including the fact that I am a 3 times Virgo and I have the Sun, Mercury and Saturn in Virgo. And I connect very deeply to the sacred feminine, the sacred gods and goddesses of the harvest, of fertility, of agriculture, of creation, and of our divine origins, really, of our very spiritual origins. And this is some of the lovely landscape that we're going to explore this evening. So I was just setting up the lovely reading. It is Friday the 13th. So I'm having, just, pulling on some of this spooky energy from Friday the 13th. And we'll look at a couple of things about why Friday the 13th is so important and so significant. I'll briefly give a little recap of what we went through in the first reading on Monday, which ended up being a 4-hour-long marathon live tarot reading, intuitive reading, but really setting the stall, setting the stage for this story of Ophiuchus. And let me just put this back here a little bit. And then it's going to be a little bit more visible. Okay. Yeah, we set the store a little bit by our lovely meander through some of the history. We didn't really go into too much depth. That was really because it's a huge story. It's a huge history to talk about. And the first session was really good at bringing some of those ideas out and seeing how they might fit together, and also bringing in some of the intuitive cards that came through as well. That was heavily deep and exciting and revelatory as to what came through. So I'll touch on, a couple of things, but just to say, this is a reading for Ophiuchus. That is really important to me, that, that's to tell you a little bit about why I'm doing a reading for Ophiuchus at all. And that really comes into its own because I'd done all of these moon portal readings for the moon portal that was the 12th of December 2019 to the 12th of January 2020. And I'd gotten through all of my readings and I had one more to do, and it was Libra. And I just kind of, for some reason, just didn't close up that cycle of doing the readings. And this kind of ended mid-January. And rather than kind of push it, I just thought, the Libra reading will come around. I've been learning how I've got a lot of Libra in my chart, learning more and more about my broader birth chart, some of which I'll introduce you to tonight. And the exciting thing is that I've not only got Pluto in Libra, but I've also got, when you look at it in the Vedic perspective from the southeast, from the Indian subcontinent, I'm actually in Vedic astrology then, and all of my Scorpio placements of Mars, Uranus and Venus jump into Libra. So that's really mad that I've kind of got this Libra and Scorpio trio of sort of great trine planetary alignments going on. So yeah, I just thought I would just lean into the Libra energy, the balance energy, and not get too swept up with it all. And I knew it would come. And I've been doing a lot of research. I've been heavily falling down the rabbit hole of research into beautiful subjects around nature and well-being and looking after our mental health, and trying to find these sort of, secrets of nature and secrets of the universe that I've already discovered are very much sitting there waiting for us to find them. And that very much includes my work and research into plant medicine, and all of the work I do with clients around essential oils, the essential oil blends and medicines that I've been developing. And you can see more of that at my new website, which is bloomhealing.co.uk. There isn't really anything in the description box this evening, just my website address. I'm going to come back and update it after we've done this reading. I just don't know what's going to come out, but in the interests of just being here, being online and being present for you, I literally just put my web address in there. So do pop along to the website, have a look. There's all sorts of exciting stuff still under construction, but I am working through it. And you might find something that interests you there and might tempt you to come back and have another look at another time. And I would just be immensely grateful for you to, like and subscribe to this video. Please do like. It doesn't cost you anything. Even if you want to put a thumbs down, that doesn't matter. It still helps to circulate this reading for the energy. There might be someone else out there that really needs this reading. And just by liking it, you kind of you give a nod to the YouTube algorithm and he'll do his lovely work. So I would just be so grateful of your love and support in helping get these readings out, helping get this channel with, some more buzz in the community. And I am very much hoping to see some of my spirit family. I think I might already have some of them with me, who so beautifully shared in the energy of the reading on Monday, which we'll get back to in a second. So yeah, this reading is kind of for Ophiuchus. If you were born between November the 29th and December the 18th or 19th, you could well actually be portraying traits of Ophiuchus, which is a beautiful, beautiful healing energy. This god and goddess pantheon of nature spirits that we've been exploring, that Ophiuchus plays a huge, role in that group. So I will be introducing, you into the depths now this evening, into some of these other characters that sit with our lovely Ophiuchus. But yes, to recap about Monday, what I was, going to tell you about these alignments. So we've had all this moon portal energy going on. And the reason I couldn't do the Libra reading was because actually I felt like something was missing, like there was something just getting in the way. And all this research I've been doing into things like Ophiuchus, into all of these sacred feminine archetypes through history that keep appearing to me, keep having little stories to tell me. And so far it's leading me down this path. And Monday was very, very enlightening indeed. So I was desperate to, jump on the back of this energy and do another reading. And when I noticed it was Friday the 13th today, I was just like, okay, this is a big, big sign. This is a big alignment. So I was actually going to write the word alignment on a piece of paper, because that word kept coming back to me today. It really is about bringing things into alignment. I don't have to write it down. I can just say it a few times as we go through the evening. I have a feeling I will be. And so I realized the reason I couldn't do the Libra reading was because I needed to do the Ophiuchus reading. And it was absolutely the right step, because it's opened up this Pandora's box. And I love, again, Pandora's box, this idea of this terrible box of secrets that could only bring harm and harm and foul, happens to be, named after a woman. But as we'll see, you know, some of the guises and masks and disguises that seem to follow our beautiful female archetypes around and feminine energy archetypes around are almost a dichotomy. You know, they're almost the opposite, the polar opposite of how they've been perceived or how they've been misrepresented through history. And so I will start just by talking about, in terms of bringing out some throat chakra energy, first of all, and some heart chakra energy. We'll put that there. I have introduced into our reading tonight. This is going to have an overall heart chakra energy. Heart chakra blend of essential oils that I've created, which is the beautiful cassia, lang lang, marjoram and melaleuca essential oils. And I have blended them into a blend for the heart chakra, for balancing and clearing our beautiful heart chakra, which I believe is going to be an energy that we're going to need tonight as we go into these readings. And I say these readings because there's a lot of different characters, a lot of different energies that want to come and play. And they've already been showing themselves in the reading on Monday and throughout this break in between, other ones just appearing to me. And as of today, they're all jostling for position, including the tarot decks that want to also be involved. So it's going to be exciting. So buckle up. I think this is going to be a really good one as well. It could go long. I don't know. I see how the energy flows tonight. At least we're not starting at 2 a.m. as we did the other day. So yeah, heart chakra energy is the order of the day. And this is actually my Essential Earth Oracle deck that I have produced and is a free download for everybody from my website, which is bloomhealing.co.uk. And you can download this and many other beautiful cards around essential oils and learn a little bit more about where they come from and what their uses are and their benefits and their magic secrets, really, and how they can support our mental health and our emotional health, our physical health and our spiritual health in a myriad of different ways, and create just beautiful aromas around our home. I've actually got that blend now diffusing in the background. So it's lovely. The cassia is really bringing up sort of the ancient past for me already. So we very much embodied the throat chakra on Monday, and I brought forward energies and supporting energies for our throat chakra on that lovely reading. And those essential oils specifically for the throat chakra blend, the 5th chakra, is copaiba, peppermint, star anise, lime and Roman chamomile. And I've kind of just got this one. I had a little bit of this blend left in the diffuser. So as I've been getting ready tonight and getting ready to do this reading, I've been finishing off the throat chakra just to give myself that courage, that confidence to speak my truth, to complete this story or continue the story at least. I don't believe we are completing it tonight. But this is definitely the continuation. Keep going. Keep telling this beautiful story. Keep unfurling, uncovering the rocks is what I mean. You know, picking up those rocks, seeing what's underneath, because we are uncovering gems and jewels here. We have our beautiful Anubis here. Anubis, in fact, on 3 sides, on all sides. Is that going to stand up? Okay. So yeah, we have beautiful Anubis here. Jackal god, god of the dead, god of the underworld. So a bit of Pluto balance for me coming in. And we've got Anubis over here as well. They are representing for me, and obviously in the middle. We have, I am calling in beautiful Thoth and Bast to be with us tonight, to give me your wisdom, to give me your guidance, to help me speak the truth, to speak from my heart, to give the wisdom that is needed, to find the answers to as yet open questions, to divine and harness the beautiful power of the animal spirits that have already appeared and want to be a part of this energy, this storytelling that we bring forward for Ophiuchus and the whole pantheon of nature gods and goddesses. I thank you, Thoth and Bast, divine feminine, divine masculine. I call you from the halls of Amenti to be here, to share with us, to share your message, to help me be a channel and a vessel for these messages, for your truth, for your wisdom, for the teachings that you insisted and so lovingly shared with the world, with your writings, with your symbols, with your puzzles, with your mysteries, that I am a happy, willing, and joyous devotee. Now, and in my past, and in my future, with my ancestors around me, I give thanks to Gaia, Mother Earth, Father Sky, my angels, my guides, my spirit animals, my spirit family, my higher self. I ask for your power and your wisdom and your resilience to give me the energy to do this reading, to bring forward some clarity to these mysteries and some redress of balance to these injustices as they may play out or have played out so far. And we ask you to give us insight and healing and love and light to support us and protect us on this journey, and give us the wisdom and the practical application of how we can use these energies from nature, use these sacred feminine energies in all of us to intermingle and intertwine and integrate, come into union with our masculine and our feminine side inside each of us, to harmonize those energies in unity. Help give us the strength to find the answers to these questions and find ways that we can naturally practice bringing ourselves into union with both our twin flames, our beloved others, our soulmates, our sacred ones, and also with ourselves, which is at the heart of this mystery. Thank you for your wisdom. Thank you for your love, your light, your healing. Thank you for allowing me to share all of that back with the collective of Ophiuchus and all of the lost world of the sacred feminine. Namaste. Alhamdulillah. Amen. Wow. Okay. We are ready to rock and roll, people. Okay. So, let's briefly go over the alignment of where I believe we are. The alignment, I believe, has lots of different patterns and resonances and insights and messages. There's lots of different aspects or ways of looking at alignment that we can invest in, invest our energy in. And the first one I'll talk about is where we were at the beginning doing all these readings. The moon portal was a karma clearing portal, allowing us, or really showing us the messages, the patterns, the behaviors, the karmic cycles that we perhaps needed to release from, showing us through that period and allowing us to see opportunities to clear that karma And that portal closed on the 12th of January 2020. And then was literally the same day, the Pluto-Saturn corridor opened. Now, this is an incredible planetary alignment of lots of planets. We've got Saturn, Pluto, Jupiter, Mercury, the Sun, and Mars, all in alignment at the moment. And did I say the Sun? Obviously, the Sun, not obviously, but the Sun is going to be, impacting on each one of the planets in this alignment, as well as where the planets are moving along the ecliptic is actually aligned currently with Sagittarius and Virgo. It is, the moon is currently in Virgo, and it is kind of heading up to meet these planets head on. It comes the other way around the ecliptic, and the constellations that sit behind the ecliptic, where the sun is passing through and where all of these planets are also passing through, they're all kind of moving in a bunch together, and they are in what would be Sagittarius or perhaps Ophiuchus. So we have this incredible alignment happening at this very moment. We have the moon still in Virgo, as it was the super moon on Monday, the full moon, and we still have this beautiful Virgo energy taking us into this week. And if you were to download a great app like Star Tracker, for instance, I really recommend that one, Star Tracker. You would be able to see where all the planets are, how they're aligned, where the moon is, where the sun is, and all the constellations. And it's a beautiful app. It's fizzing with energy, and I think you'll really appreciate it. And then you can actually follow along, and you can see where things are actually moving and how things are in this beautiful alignment. The sacred geometry behind it is mind-blowing. And not only that, today it is Friday the 13th, and we have already pulled together all these energies of the 13 or the 13th from the first reading, which we'll pick up on those again today. And not only that, today we have Orion rising from the southeast as well. So we've now also got this kind of appearance of Orion happening. And for me, there's also, hi, there's my friends, my spirit family. Awesome to see you here. Thank you for joining in. I'm just sort of doing a little recap, update, summary about where we got to with the first reading on Monday, and how the alignments, so the planetary alignments, are all coming into play. And as I say, so all of these planets are now in this, what is called the Saturn-Pluto corridor, specifically because they are all literally in this little corridor together and all creating this very intense, very climactic, crescendo type energy. And what I mean by that is that it's kind of building to something. There's this building up of energy, this anticipatory just climb towards something. And I feel like all of these different alignments are about to almost triangulate in some way. And, you know, this time of year is really important for us as well, you know, as we're going to talk about the spring and the harvest and the energies that really come into play when we talk about nature a lot this evening. And the beautiful thing is, this time of year, we have just gone past the Shrove Tuesday. So we had sort of Shrove Tuesday, Ash Wednesday, which marks this period of 40 days of fasting that was done before sort of, you know, the great story of the crucifixion of Christ. You know, this idea of fasting before Passover. and fasting through Lent, the idea of when Jesus went into the desert and fasted for 40 days and 40 nights and kind of found his awakening. And obviously that's all been retro-engineered because of these events that, you know, leading up to his crucifixion. But the idea is we're now moving towards this time, this Passover, Maundy Thursday, Good Friday, Easter Sunday, and there's really interesting energies around this time of year because it is the beginning of spring. It is marking this beginning, you know, sort of coming out of the winter. That was the, you know, incredible time that, you know, where before we actually moved into the kind of calendar that we use today, the solar calendar, we all worshipped and were part of a lunar calendar system. And I believe that this shift from the lunar calendar system into the solar calendar system is something that really was a huge fall into darkness for us, in terms of being in connection with our spirit and our connection, which is essentially nature and connection with those nature spirits and those natural aspects of ourselves. So I'll sort of go into a little bit more detail about that as we go through it. But the idea is that we used to follow this lunar calendar, and the lunar calendar has 13 moons. It has 13 exact cycles of 28 days in a year, and hence the 13th zodiac, because there used to be 13 accepted different moon energies in a whole year, one for each moon. And through the variety of devices and reasons and kind of political changes or subversions, if you like, the world was moved, their focus was moved from a lunar calendar to the solar calendar. In some places, they actually kind of embodied a loony solar calendar, and they actually followed both, which was very important because the lunar calendar was how they measured the work that they would do through the seasons, like when they would sow their seed and when they would harvest, and when, you know, their crops would be at the most fertile, and how that the moon was intrinsically involved in all of those seasonal changes and, you know, possibilities and opportunities for a harvest were all dictated by the moon cycles. And you could literally track exactly where you were going to be in the year. And, you know, coming out of winter, they used to have the names of only 10 months in the year. So only 10 of the moon cycles were named. The other 3 months were considered this just unnamed part of the year. This 3 months of winter darkness just didn't have a name. It was just winter. It was just winter is coming. And so spring marked this incredible return of the sunlight and return of the flowers and return of new life out of what had felt like this cold, dark, never-ending bleakness when nothing grew, and you had to have been very prepared going into that winter. Otherwise, you wouldn't have survived. So it was really important to understand how the cycles of the moon impacted the harvest, impacted nature, and how they could utilize them and plan for their survival and their food and their movement of animals and movement or, you know, fertilization and cultivation of crops on their farms, etc. And when the society was moved away from the lunar calendar, not only did a lot of civilization, a lot of different aspects of society essentially lost track, lost position with how to connect with their nature spirits. They lost, if they weren't sort of able, you know, if they didn't have the tools or the advanced knowledge or the insights or connection with some kind of astronomer, astrologer royal that was, you know, sort of sharing this information, or perhaps through the church, through their different community centre, they would have had no idea when all the feast days and nature feast day holidays appeared in the year anymore, because they weren't now following this olden days calendar, when all the different feast days worshipping the natural gods and goddesses. You would naturally come out and give praise and give offerings to these gods, and that's how people kept in touch with their gods in ancient times. And they had a very deep connection to this. They had a very deep connection to the land and understanding how agriculture and nature and looking after Gaia, looking after the planet was a duty, and that they had a duty to take care of the planet and till the soil and grow things and create life and create a sustainability for their own future, and recognize that nature and them had this kind of integral role in each other's lives. And by coming out and giving thanks and praise to the nature gods, they would be able to maintain that connection and pray for a good harvest, and feel connected to their gods, and understand why things were happening in nature, understand what the weather was telling them, what the animal spirits were telling them. And so there was a big, well, it's interesting, comes up. There was this tearing apart of looking at the year and the seasons from a lunar perspective, and understanding how the lunar energy, which is a feminine energy, the original feminine, the kind of spotlight was being forcibly taken off the feminine energy and moved onto the masculine energy of the solar year. And for centuries, thousands of years, different groups have tried to make the solar calendar fit to the year, and it doesn't, because it was never meant to. It was meant to be a lunar calendar, and with the lunar calendar, you have 13 moons of precisely 28 days exactly. And that would have left one day in the year. And that was called, in those days, the 1 day out of time, which was essentially, apparently, a day that after the 13 moons, the 1 day out of time was kind of like a global birthday, like a global party for all of the races. And they would all come together or celebrate wherever they were, being part of this unity, being part of this oneness. And I love this idea. It's like an Earth Day, an Earth birthday, which I associate the Earth's birthday with the spring. I actually think that if we were to ascribe the Earth a birthday, it would be the season of spring. This is the time when there's so much new life and new growth, exciting new prospects. Everything is beautiful and young and vibrant and full of energy. There's so much light. The days are longer. It's all about youth. It's very much the youthful season of the four winds. And so we are now slap bang in the middle of this season. We are now very much in this season of spring. We are involved. We've just come through this period of this moon portal with all this alignment. We're coming into Ophiuchus. We've got the moon in Virgo at the moment. The moon's going to go into Virgo. There's going to be a very powerful portal on the 4th of the 4th, on the 4th of April. There's going to be another very powerful shift portal happening. And I shall also be doing a reading for that night. So do stay tuned and subscribe to this channel so that you get an update, a notification when I'm about to go live on that. But so yeah, let's just quickly have a look. I'm sure I've missed things that I was planning on doing in my little intro, but to hell with it. It's Friday the 13th. We're just going to go with this energy. And I'm just going to show you very quickly some of the animal spirit cards that came up when we did the reading on Monday, because I think they're really relevant and important to introduce. So we had the black dog come up. We had the tiger, beautiful tiger. We had the ram, beautiful family of ram. I think that's the right way you plural. It's not rams. It's like sheep, isn't it? You don't plural sheep. And we had the owl spirit, which for me was just such a clear, demonstration that Thoth really was here sharing his wisdom. And we really did dip into the Thoth wisdom that night. We did some amazing readings from the Emerald Tablets. And I do beseech you to go and have a look at the first part of this story, because it is very fascinating. And, the energy was sort of crackling. And I'm really excited to be here with you all, having this opportunity to keep telling the story. And I'm almost kind of waiting for her to kind of pick up the pace and just start telling the story. But she will. She's kind of bubbling. She wants me to show the animal spirits that have come through. So the next animal spirit that wanted to be shown is Dionysus, often depicted with a ram head or a bull's head. And we had the beautiful horse spirits. Horse spirits. We also had the whole pantheon of animal deities decide that they wanted to play, which is awesome. And, there is great connection with this little boy playing the pan pipes, calling the nature spirits. And we had the beautiful elephant spirit. So these are the cards that have come out since I did the reading the other day. And these are the two. And then we also had, so Dionysus and these four came out. So I'm going to just take these off for a sec, because I want to pull a couple of cards from Thoth. And then there's a ton of decks really wanting to share an energy. So we'll take some cards and then we will get into some of the reading. Some of the, little tidbits of informational stuff that I'm going to share. Okay. So let's find Thoth and get the energy for this evening. Can you see me there? I hope you can see me. I can't really see very well. Okay. Doesn't matter. I hope everyone's doing really well. I hope you will enjoy some of these subjects and theories and ideas that will come through tonight. I hope they will resonate. I hope they might strike a chord with you. I hope that I can lure you into the exciting mysteries of this ancient journey through ancient Egypt, ancient Atlantis, ancient Lemuria, and beyond and before to Tiamat and Marduk. So beautiful, Thoth. As we start pulling cards for tonight's reading, with your beautiful feminine counterpart Bast by your side, what energy do you have to share, Thoth, with the collective? Just with the collective. We're not labeling, we're not going to break it down by anything more than the collective of beautiful spirits, present, past and future, that want to be heard, that want their story told, that want their moment in the sunlight. Ooh. Interesting. Wow. Okay, 5 cards came out. And I'm okay. I'm just gonna show you them. They're taking me on a little journey already because of some of the ideas that have already come through. So the first card we get is Ruin. It's the 10 of Swords. The 10 of Swords is completion of pain, completion of anguish, and in fact the next card that came out was Strife. Look at the similarity. So a completion to pain and anguish and strife. You've got the 5 and you've got the 10 of Swords. Sorry, the 5 of Wands and the 10 of Swords, but there's still a synchronicity and a mirroring there for me. The 5 of change, of conflict. And then you get strength. Strength to come through, the strength that you found to pull you through this conflict, this strife. And what comes after the end of, what comes after the strength and the 10 of Swords? Rebirth, change, the yin and the yang, the yin and the yang, followed by the 14 in the major arcana. We talked a bit about the meaningfulness of 13 and 14 in the last reading, and here we are with the number 14, art, or balance, or justice, resurrection. So we've got rebirth, change, resurrection, following strife, and the ending of a difficult cycle. Very powerful going into this reading. It's kind of like this is where we've been, this is what we're going towards, this is the healing. And everything in my previous reading kept bringing us back to the idea of polarities. The yin and the yang, the masculine and the feminine, being out of balance, being out of unity, and needing to come into balance. And how everything is a polarity, how everything is a opposite, or everything is the opposite end of the same scale. Up, down, can't have one without the other. Male and female, can't have one without the other. And I don't just mean the male and female gender, I'm talking about the male and female energies. That we all inhabit both, the male and masculine and feminine. And that is depicted with the yin and the yang. That there is a little bit of light in the dark and there is a little bit of dark in the light. And so it goes around and around and around. And the same, you know, we've got this beautiful mirroring here. This person is a hybrid, is a combination, is a beautiful integration of the masculine and the feminine, the sun and the moon in harmony. What a start, Thoth. Amazing. Okay, let's put Thoth on the side for a minute. And I don't think we need to display all of the cards for the strife, but we can put them somewhere nearby. But what I do want to draw attention to is the beautiful ones of change and justice and art. Okay. What I think I'm going to do is just pull that a little bit that way. There we go. Okay. Let's go. Can't really see it if it's face on. Okay, do it on an angle. All right. So let's put these here. And I'm really drawn to this at the top of the Five of Wands. Can you see that? The depiction of the two snakes and this beautiful golden jewel, this pearl in the middle that balances the two snakes and the two sets of wings. And I want to take you back for a moment just to explore some of the ideas of how we were looking at chakras on Monday, because I think it's important that we talk about the chakras. Let's get a chakra card out to talk about them. And maybe we'll take a chakra reading at the same time. Okay, so when we talked about chakras, I invited us to look at 14 of our chakras, okay? Not just the standard 7 that most of us are recognizing, but also to look at the ways in which we have connecting aspects to our chakras, and also our left eye and our right eye and our two hands. So to go over it again, we have what we normally understand is our root chakra, our sacral chakra, our solar plexus chakra, our heart chakra, our third eye, our throat chakra, our third eye chakra, and our crown chakra. I also want you to also here that there are 2 chakras above and below our body. So we have one that's 6 inches above our head. So that's 6 inches above the crown chakra, and that's called your soul star chakra. And you also have a chakra that's 6 inches below your feet, and that's called your earth star chakra. We then have a chakra in our palms, okay? One in each palm. And we also have what we were talking about on Monday, and we were really delving into, is this beautiful idea that actually your heart chakra has these 3 branches that come out. So as we do the work on our lower chakras and support and balance and clear our lower chakras, the work is then done to help our heart chakra burst open with all that self-love and self-compassion and that compassion for others. Oh, I hope everything's okay, my darling. Yeah, catch up with you soon, and my energies are with you too. Take care. Speak soon, okay? Beautiful twin flames with the heart chakra colors and the throat chakra colors just decided to be here. So we've got lovely playfulness. And didn't I say, you know, what we'll be working with tonight? The green of the heart chakra and the blue of the throat chakra. And here we have the twin flames of the tarot, of the oracles, the playfulness of dolphins, number 20, which breaks down to a 2, which is a symbol of union. Love that. Okay, that's now going in there. Okay. So yeah, so we're talking about the so what happens when you go through this process of clearing the heart. It bursts open and it creates a beam of light up into 3 directions. Now, one direction goes to your left eye, which is my left eye here, and one branch goes to your right eye, and one branch goes straight through your throat chakra, your third eye chakra, and out the top of your crown chakra, out the top of your head. And this is the energy created by the heart. When the heart is going through its healing and its beautiful awakening. And this idea that it sends this beam of light to our left and our right eye is actually depicted here. So what the research that we were looking into the other night really sort of helps us understand that our ancients believed and have been trying to share this magical knowledge with us this whole time, is that actually our left eye was governed by the moon and our right eye is governed by the sun. And we kind of contain these energies of the sun and the moon in our head, in our eyes. And the idea is, we have this third eye, which is represented here. We have a third eye between our 2 external eyes, if you like. And the idea is that we need to bring our 2 selves out. We've just gone through exactly 1 hour in the live chat. And we need to bring these 2 sides of ourselves into harmony. We need to bring the 2 aspects of our masculine and our feminine energy into harmony and allow that to enlighten and support the third eye and bringing in that unity in together. And we can look at a couple of things about, what this really means about how we can bring ourselves into alignment. But the thing I wanted to very much share is that this is, your left eye is representative of the moon, this chakra. These are both chakras as well, your left eye and your right eye. Your left eye is the moon. It represents the past. It represents memory. So when you are remembering something, when you are recalling something that's already happened or thinking about the past, thinking about your emotions, you will always look, your eyes will always flick to the left, to your left eye. And when you are imagining, when you are creating something new, when you are imagining the future, going forward, things that haven't happened yet, you are actually using your imaginative sense. You are using your right side. You're using your solar masculine side to look at, to harness that sense of creation and imagination and future forward facing energy of the sun. So you've got this beautiful alignment of sun and moon encapsulated in the brain, in the head. The brain has the two hemispheres of masculine and feminine, and we now have the eyes, masculine and feminine. And when I talk about the left eye being, so the left eye is the eye of Horus, the right eye is the eye of Ra. So the eye of Horus is the moon, the eye of Ra is the sun energy, and so much of our ancient writings and records will substantiate that, and that this is how they represented the moon energy. And we'll look at Isis and Osiris a little bit in a minute. And there's a beautiful communication energy here. It's also here giving me strength to support and share the energy and share the communication for the collective. And this is number 21. So we've just had number 20 and we get 21. And we got a green one and a blue one. I mean, can we have anything more lovely than that energy? It's really coming through. I mean, I could even go so far. Look at that. Isn't that amazing? So we're getting these really lovely supportive energies, that there is firm, strong connection between my energy and yours, between my mind and your mind, my ancient mind, our collective mind, the mind of nature. And what is it that nature's trying to communicate to us? What is it that nature wants us to see? She wants us to be playful, clearly. She wants us to communicate without words. I can do a bit of that tonight. I can definitely do a bit of that tonight. And we've got this energy already of bringing in the two into union. And I've already brought for you tonight representation of the sun here with the white candle. So this is your right eye, your sun energy, your masculine energy. And this one is the third eye, indigo, of the moon and your feminine energy and your left hand chakra, left eye chakra. Now, these are going to go in the middle. So we definitely got some chakra cards out of that. I will leave one there for any needs that we may have. Sorry, excuse me. Let me just this. Okay. So I'm going to read to you a couple of the beautiful animal cards to start with, to kind of get us into some flow. The animal cards that came out in response and follow-up to Monday that wanted to be on this reading tonight. And the first one that wants to come forward is the elephant spirit. The elephant symbolizes strength, prosperity, fertility, and wisdom. The elephant is rich in lore and legend, with the white elephant being the most sacred. Elephants are venerated in India and Southeast Asia, where they are a symbol of royalty and fertility. Ganesha, the Hindu god of wisdom, prudence, and learning, is usually depicted having the body of a man and the head of an elephant. So strength, prosperity, fertility, and wisdom. It's very beautiful when you see how many spirits, if not all of them, embody this very same energy. Okay. Let me read to you Dionysus. Dionysus. Symbology, renewal, fertility, growth. Let me hold it this way. Okay. Bull cults were ubiquitous in ancient cultures, whose devotees worshipped the beast as a supreme deity. But the bull was also symbol of renewal, and the creature was ritually sacrificed, with its blood sprinkled on the spring fields to ensure new growth. In ancient Greece, these rituals were associated with Dionysus, the Greek god of vegetation and renewal. Dionysus, the Greek god... Sorry, let me just plug the computer in. Right, there we go. Where were we? In ancient Greece, these rituals were associated with Dionysus, the Greek god of vegetation and renewal. Dionysus, who was frequently represented as a bull and sometimes as a goat, was dismembered by the Titans and subsequently resurrected. The Spanish bullfight is a vestige of the ancient bull sacrifice. The horse. Symbology of the horse is friendship, wisdom, and strength. The horse is a kind, intelligent beast that has frequently been associated with propitious events. In the Chinese zodiac, horse people, which is me, are friendly, adventurous, and passionate. In Greek mythology, the winged horse Pegasus was the source of inspiration and poetry. Horses have also been associated with sexuality or fertility. In the Hindu Ramayana, the king Dasaratha asks the gods to grant him a son, and to please them sets a magnificent horse free for 1 year. Upon the horse's return, Dasaratha receives word that he will have 4 sons, all of whom become the incarnation of the god Vishnu, the preserver of life on earth. The horse in the painting, entitled Age of the Avatar, recalls the magnificent horse of Ramayana. The Hindu word avatara means descent to earth. Avatar means descent to earth, and refers to Vishnu's ability to assume an earthly form. Amazing. The animal deities. Okay. The animal deities. Symbology of the animal deities is divinity, guidance, and wisdom. To many peoples around the globe, animals represent the first beings, the ancient ones, the all-knowing deities responsible for the creation of all things and the source of strength and guidance in times of trouble or need. In the painting entitled Council of Animals, a pantheon of animal spirits revolves around a boy playing the flute. The flute, also known as a shepherd's pipe, is one of the most ancient of instruments used by early peoples to invoke the powers of the animal spirits. In India, the god Krishna charmed the animal spirits by playing a shepherd's pipe. The early Greeks believed that Pan, a woodland god of the flocks, fertility, and nature, was the inventor of the pipe, which he played for the deities of the nymphs. It's amazing. I can see the sun and the moons. There's several moons there. And the sun in the background. All in unity, all listening to Pan's pipe. Tuned into the same vibration. Tuned into the same frequency. Which is interesting. Maybe there's something about our energies represent different frequencies. Bringing them into balance allows them to align to the same frequency. Possible idea there that I will kind of park. Okay. I'm going to take you through some beautiful pictures. And we don't have to tell our story with too many words tonight. Or at least we're going to let the pictures tell us some stories as well. So this is one of the depictions of Ophiuchus. Okay, I've printed out a couple of bits and bobs for each of the characters I want to introduce you to. And Ophiuchus, I shall show you his role in astronomy, his role in the constellations. So this is Ophiuchus. This is the constellation of Ophiuchus. His name means the serpent bearer from the Greek and the Latin. In Arabic, his name is Rasulhag, or in fact his top star, his most powerful star in his head is the head of the snake charmer. That's what it means, Rasulhag in Arabic. And in Japanese, his name is Hibitsukaisa. And he's a very beautiful spirit. He has a very beautiful spirit. He has this beautiful story of being a kind, gentle, caring, calming energy, a healing energy. One that is very much connected with nature, very much connected with being at one with our animal kingdom, at one with our snakes. And he is very much part of our constellations. You can see this is the sun's elliptic. This is the path, or the elliptic path, that the sun travels through exactly. And the planets run a very similar pattern along this elliptic. And you can see that here, the elliptic actually passes right through Ophiuchus's foot. And for me, that's incredibly, in fact, I hadn't actually noticed. It goes through both of his feet. It goes through both of his feet. And a lot of people say that because most of this constellation sits so far outside of the ecliptic that he's not to be considered a real zodiac. Well, I actually believe that that's definitely not the case. We have so much connection to this story, to this fable that Ophiuchus is connected to, that we just haven't really explored, because he's been kind of shut out of history. He's been kept out of the party, and he keeps coming back to me and saying, I want to be a part of this. I want you to tell my story. And so that's what I'm attempting to do. I'm attempting to kind of reintroduce this energy back into the zodiac, at least for my purposes, for my tarot deck that I'm creating. He's going to feature as part of this pantheon of other nature gods and goddesses that have been so far kind of partly lost a little bit to history after we stopped using the lunar calendar, and denied presence, denied acceptance, denied acknowledgement to be part of the main zodiac. And you'll find that many people don't even reference Ophiuchus or know who they are. So for me, the fact that the elliptic actually passes through his feet, and he's this kind of healing archetype, which for me is fascinating, because the feet are essentially this kind of antenna for all of our health. It's like a barometer. You can actually test and affect and influence all of the pressure points from the feet using acupressure, using acupuncture, using massage, using essential oils. And reflexology is the art of accessing these pressure points and the different ways you can influence the body systems and the chakras through the feet. So the feet are incredibly important as far as our spiritual connection to Gaia goes. It's obviously, we also have this Earth Star chakra 6 inches below our feet. So the fact that the elliptic moves through Ophiuchus's feet, for me, makes him a worthy contender at the table. And these are some other images of Ophiuchus that we'll come back to at the end. I think it's useful to kind of come back, but he is depicted as a man wrestling into taming a big snake or serpent. And it's about sort of bringing this unity and this balance into play. And I've actually got something here about just to say that, Ophiuchus, the sun in Ophiuchus, actually present between the 30th of November and the 18th of December. So if your birthday falls in these dates, you could actually have a lot of Ophiuchus energy. However, the whole of the month of December is considered also Ophiuchus time. We know that Ophiuchus was recognized as a major part of the pantheon and the deities by the Babylonians and the Sumerians and the Assyrians and the Akkadians. And this is going back sort of 6,000 years. And even into the very recent times, in 1970, Stephen Schmidt actually advanced the idea of 14 zodiac signs, not just Ophiuchus, but Ophiuchus and Cetus. And I want to introduce you to Cetus as well, because both of those are really important aspects of the story and have just seeming to be left behind, forcibly hidden, kept back. And I guess if we're going to follow that line of reasoning that they've been kept back or kept hidden, the next natural question would be, well, why is that? What is it that what was so precious that had to be protected? What interesting secrets might they hold? And there's a lovely poem written by Marcus Manlius in the Astronomica, dated around 10 AD, which says, Ophiuchus holds apart the serpent, which with... I'll hold it up for you. Ophiuchus holds apart the serpent, which with its mighty spirals and twisted body encircles his own, so that he may untie its knots and back that winds in loops. But bending its supple neck, the serpent looks back and returns, and the other's hands slide over the loosened coils. The struggle will last forever, since they wage it on level terms with equal power. And it's funny, I mean, as I talked there was a lot of talk about spiraling and it's coiling around him. And yes, it is coiling around his leg, but it's not actually kind of twisting him and coiling him in a violent or vigorous way, as this little poem might suggest. And I would say it might be interesting to kind of bring this imagery forward, to think about Ophiuchus, which is an image I found on Pinterest, actually. This is the idea that we're sort of working to, is that actually Ophiuchus represents, as the serpent bearer, he is like the human body. He is like the shell of the human body, with the Kundalini serpent inhabiting the inside throughout our inner chakra alignment. And you have here the sun and the moon on the left and the right of the two eyes. So you can imagine this is like the human body, like the serpent bearer. Like we are the serpent bearer. We bear the serpent. It is our duty, our purpose to help awaken our Kundalini and awaken our Kundalini self in order to go through this journey and in order to bring these two into unity. And we do this by helping to balance and clear our chakras, starting from the lower chakras and rising up into the heart, which burst open like a gateway and opening these beams of light into the two eyes, the sun and the moon energy, the masculine and the feminine energy, allowing us to come into this union, this unity of the third eye, which is, like coming into divine. It's like coming into divine partnership with your twin flame, but we're imagining doing this inside our own bodies, inside our own self, inside our own spirit, and how that energy resonance will then have an energy resonance outside of us as well. So we'll come back to Ophiuchus maybe later, but let's introduce some of the gang and see who else is here. So Cetus, let's look at Cetus. So we have, let me show you this one. So we have in lots of the different stories of Perseus and Heracles and Pegasus, we have this creature, this sea creature that keeps coming up. called Cetus. And this sea monster is the very same Cetus that is this other zodiac sign that exists apparently in the zodiac between the 12th of May and the 6th of June. So if you have a birthday between the 12th of May and the 6th of June, you may well resonate with some of the aspects of the Cetus mythology zodiac. And I will I'll go through a few of the names that we know Cetus by. So interestingly, Cetus comes from, we actually take the word cetacean for whale from the word Cetus. So, Cetus was seen, Cetus or Ketos in the ancient Greek, and Cetus in Latin, is a great fish, a whale, a shark, or a sea monster of some kind. And according to the mythology, Perseus slayed Cetus to save Andromeda from being sacrificed. And in a different story, we actually find that it's Heracles who slayed Cetus to save Hesione. But serpentine fish with these big jaws, big teeth. This is a really fantastic ancient Corinthian vase, which shows Perseus killing the sea monster and rescuing Andromeda. And this story comes up again and again. The reason that Andromeda needed to be rescued is that Queen Cassiopeia had boasted that Andromeda was the most beautiful creature ever in the solar system, far more beautiful than the Nereides, or the Nereids, as other people might know them. And this apparently invoked the wrath of Poseidon, who sent the sea monster Ketos to attack Ethiopia. And upon consulting a wise oracle, King Cepheus and Queen Cassiopeia were told to sacrifice Andromeda to Cetus. They were told to give her to the waves, to the sea monster. And they had her chained to a rock near the ocean so that the Cetus monster would devour her. Not very nice thing for parents to do, but this is what they had been... this is what they'd been told by a wise oracle. But, there was a lot of trickster. There was a lot of game playing going on with these gods. And, there's talk about oracles or trickster magic being used to tell people something was going to happen when it wasn't, and vice versa. So sometimes oracles could be used in a malevolent way. It just depends how you use your tool. So after finding Andromeda chained to the rock and learning of her plight, Perseus managed to slay Cetus when the creature emerged from the ocean to devour her. According to one version, Perseus drove his sword into Cetus's back, while according to another version, he used Medusa's head to turn the monster to stone. And, this idea, this sea monster creature comes up, called various names, called the Tannin, called the Tam-Tum. It comes up in the Hebrew book of Genesis, Exodus, Deuteronomy, Psalms, Job, Ezekiel, Isaiah, and Jeremiah, just to name a few. It is also very much the fifth day of the Genesis creation myth. On the fifth day, you could ascribe that Venus was created. Venus has all of this energy with the sacred feminine, and also with the devil when you look back into the really early histories. So, and Venus represents the number 5, which is why I'm saying the fifth day, this creature was created. And you know, it's often associated with ideas of the Leviathan and the Rahab and other ancient sea monsters such as Jonah and the whale. And the Cetus, the figurehead, or sorry, the figure of Cetus was always used as the figurehead on ships to scare away to make the ship unafraid of the sea and give it ultimate seafaring capabilities. So no, a ruthless pirate ship would never fear anything if it had this masthead. So it's very interesting how, the Seti, these Cetus creatures were actually seen as an omen, they were a good omen to the ship, to the sailor, to the captain that was using it, but they were a bad omen if you were to come across a ship that had this. So it's very interesting, kind of, you can almost see just from the perspective of the watcher how this energy would transgress. But, the Chinese and the Indian cultures also revered this idea of a sea monster. The dragon is a sea monster. The sea monster is the dragon. I'm getting a really itchy nose, which is often a suggestion that my intuition is spot on. So that's awesome. I'm going to take that I'm just going to have a little quick shot. Ooh. Get some of these like lovely energies going. So we've had, and so just to sort of take you back, so this is Cetus, this is the monster, this is Perseus with the head of Medusa in this bag here, and this is Andromeda being rescued, and it's actually ancient Akkadian, ancient Cyrillic script. You can see their names written on here. Ketun. So I'm introducing this story now because it's really interesting, because it brings us back to the idea of Medusa. And Medusa's kind of where this story started for us. And I brought two ideas into play. This idea that Medusa is the feminine aspect. It is the fable of Medusa is introducing us to, and we just did 133 in the live chat. Oh, I'm just going to take a moment to just breathe and thank you very much for your energy. I'm just going to remind myself that there's no rush. And I will show you the story as it wants to appear. So I gave you these two ideas of my understanding, my interpretation of the twin flames being split. And we've got this kind of beautiful energy that I feel represents where we're trying to head home to. This is the energy we're trying to get back to. This is where we were. We were split down the middle at some time. Our feminine was ripped from the masculine. Our feminine energy was stripped from the masculine. And the masculine energy was stripped from the feminine. And even though I suggest that we both have that inside of us, there was this veil pulled down between the two. But the ideas, the stories of Medusa, these fantastical fables are fables, yes, but they are there to symbolize this transformation that took place, this pulling down of the veil, the fall of man, the fall of womankind. And, this is the sun energy and this is the moon energy. This is actually, an indication of Persephone and Demeter coming back together. mother and daughter, the twin flame soulmate relationship of a mother and daughter relationship of Demeter and Persephone is represented here as the sun and the moon, divine twin flames, black, white, light, dark, sun, moon, masculine, feminine and masculine, in harmony, in unity, one without the other, making the other complete, not being fully realized until they are in union. Bringing their gifts together is the ultimate goal and purpose of their journey. So let's put that there, because we're going to come back to that again. So the next ones we're going to look at is, so I talked about Medusa and Osiris. So Medusa and Osiris, for me, are the representations for when this split took place, when this ripping of the soul took place, from when we went from being these consciously united masculine and feminine together inside one spirit body, inside one body, when we were ripped. And there's lots of layers of understanding or interpretation you can take off that. So there's the one I just mentioned. There's this physical veil being pulled down within each of us that stops us from understanding our connection with spirit, our connection with our other side, our sun energy connecting in with our moon energy and being in perfect harmony through the light of our third eye. There's that. Then there is a physical ripping of the masculine and the feminine energy from each other, and those energies being placed in different bodies. The idea of the twin flame in separation, two bodies that actually share the same spirit and the same loving soul have been ripped apart. And I would say that the Medusa myth represents, from one perspective, the feminine getting ripped from her masculine. And in the other representation, I would say that the Osiris myth, Osiris and Isis, shows us the ripping of the masculine from his feminine. And we have, where did I put it? I put it there, didn't I? And I wanted to just show this beautiful depiction of Osiris here, the green-skinned god of nature and fertility and renewal and rebirth and agriculture and the harvest. That's why he had green skin. That's what it's depicting, that those were his leanings, that was his focus, that was his area of worship, his divine offering to the planet, to us. His message of life-giving was very much that essence of Gaia, that he was a protector and god of nature, and that all depictions of him with this green skin are telling us to read into that. Like, what does that really mean? What was he trying to communicate to us? And so he's got this green skin, and we have this legend of the green man that goes through all different kinds of nature legends. This man that lives hidden in the secret end of the garden, but brings prosperity and light and good fortune on your harvest. And I wanted to just show this similar. We've got the green skin of Osiris, but then we've got the green skin of Persephone. Now, this is a depiction of Persephone, The Return of Persephone by Frederick Leighton. And this is Demeter here. This is Persephone, and this is Hades. And the idea is that Hades actually kidnapped Persephone, stole her, took her hostage, took her, hijacked her. And, just like that, just disappeared one day. And Demeter, the holy mother of grain, I've got a lovely picture of her as I talk about her. Let's put Demeter there. So here we have Demeter, she of the grain. And, you know, this idea of their daughter disappears, and Demeter, she of the grain, this goddess of harvest, of agriculture, of fertility, she scours the world looking for her beloved daughter and can't find her anywhere. And eventually the sun takes pity on her and tells her the truth of what he's seen. And he tells her that Demeter has actually been stolen into the underworld by Hades, by the god of the underworld. And they send in Zeus to try and call a pact to make Hades return Persephone to the right side of the world, to the surface of the planet, because she's being held down against her will. And eventually this pact is drawn up between Zeus and Hades, the men making the decisions about the women's fortune and fate. But there we are. This is the story that we're in. And the agreement is that Hades will submit to give Demeter back to her mother for 6 months of the year, or 2/3 of the year, depends which way you see it. But the idea in a way is kind of like Persephone could be representing the winter, this idea that winter has come and all opportunities for growth and harvest come to a standstill, and there is this whiteout. Everything goes into hibernation, the seeds go back into the soil, and there is darkness and there is a plight. And the idea is that, you know, suddenly with this relaxation on the law by Hades, he will allow Persephone to come up to the surface and be part of the spring goddess pantheon with her mother, but she must return to him and spend the winter with him. So that's one interpretation of the story. I think there's a far deeper one, but let's go through the story a little bit more before I kind of introduce that. So we've now got, and yeah, you can really see Persephone has the green skin as well. Her mother doesn't. Her mother has kind of light beige, nude colour skin, but this creature really has green arms and green face, and she seems to be under a complete spell. Okay. So the next one so we talked about Osiris and Medusa being the two representations of the soul being split from the body, or the twin being split from the other, or us being split from our connection with nature. And I think that's a relevant way of looking at it as well. That, for me, this story, these interpretations keep bringing us back to our disconnection with spirit. Something happened in the distant past that took us away. From that knowledge of who we were. The knowledge of our gifts, the knowledge of our healing powers, the knowledge of who we really were, what we were really here for, what we were here to do. You know, we've each got this great purpose, this great fate, this great destiny. And it's different for everybody, but it's real. And this is, in my view, and I share this with many, This is not a meaningless existence. This is not a pointless cacophony of insignificant, unrelated coincidences. This is all meant to be, and all divinely guided and divinely blessed. And there is a part for each of us to play in this cosmic game, in this cosmic soup. We are all as relevant as each other, and we all have some gift, something to bring to the table. And it's our role, I guess, our journey in life to discover what that role is. Even if it takes you your whole life, it wouldn't be meaningful and it wouldn't be real if it wasn't a long, arduous journey on the back of healing and clearing our karma, learning those lessons which have kept us held down in a low vibration, held down in relationships, or just energy binds with people that don't serve us. I feel like putting on something in the background. Oops. And pulling another card in a minute. So let's do that. Let's just so let's look at a bit of some other pictures. So let me show you some pictures. Here's a picture of Medusa. This is one of the images of her. This is another one. These depictions of Medusa are as this gorgon-headed, fearful, fearsome creature. Everyone was fearful of her. Men, especially, were supposed to be fearful of her. Warned that if you looked at her, she would turn you to stone, which has many different connotations. But this is the kind of representation that we see of Medusa, of how she's been portrayed through history. This is the famous Caravaggio painting of Medusa. Such a tormented face, such a tormented story. And the reason for that, it's like her face is showing the utter horror of what was done to her, but she couldn't do anything about it. She was not weak, but she was helpless. She was unable to communicate her truth and cast forever in a body that brought her torment, that gave her pain, that made her feel cut off from everything else. And to recap the story for those that don't know it, the real story of Medusa, not this seductress that seduced Zeus and was this terrible, villainous creature to all mankind. The real truth actually is that Medusa was raped by Zeus. She was a beautiful, gentle, healing creature, one of the most beautiful creatures ever. And Zeus wanted her, and he advanced upon her, and she rejected him. And so he took her anyway, and he raped her. And Athena, his wife, was so jealous, she was the one to cast a spell onto Medusa and create this horrifying mask that no man would want to look at and no man would ever desire again. She was so jealous of Medusa's beauty and the fact that all men wanted her, she decided to make it so that no man would ever want Medusa ever again. And she made all these snakes come out of her head, which I see as representing the different parts of our soul, and could also be representative of our chakras, which are a mirror reflection of the planets. So everything is a reflection of everything else. Above, as above, so below. There is this mirror reflection. So the snakes have so many different relevances. And I think in a way they all come back to the same thing. But yeah, so Athena did this to Medusa. And then it was Athena that seduced Perseus and convinced him to go and kill this horrible creature, the Gorgon. And he was to go and decapitate. He was to go and kill her, to chop off her head. Again, more symbolism of splitting the soul from the body, of splitting the masculine from the feminine, causing this rift, causing this break, this division, both mentally, but also emotionally and spiritually. And here it's depicted physically. But I would anticipate that these are talking about a far deeper, more intrinsic break between what is really real and what we have been conditioned and cajoled to believe about our real nature, about our true nature. So the next bit of the story, and this is in its original colouring, so I have printed it out this way, but it might be quite hard to see, but I shall go through it. So this is Medusa on the bottom, lying on the ground, and this is Perseus, and you can see he's just chopped off her head. He's just chopped off Medusa's head. It doesn't actually show it on this picture. It's jumped off a bit. Doesn't matter. His arm is holding out, and he's holding on to the decapitated head of Medusa. That's her body. As he decapitates her, her two children are born out of her head. So the legend goes. And the first is Pegasus, the winged horse. And the second is Chrysaor, the twin or the brother, called a giant. Actually was the giant Chrysaor, but is sort of represented here in a minuscule miniature form. But I think that's just to represent, that's just to sort of show a reflection image of her body. Even though he was a giant, the artist was trying to show that there was a symmetry between him, Chrysaor, and he was meant to be Pegasus's brother, you see. But actually there's no resemblance between Pegasus and Chrysaor here. This man who's meant to be a giant and the winged horse Pegasus. There's much clearer resemblance between this masculine creature here and the feminine body on the ground. So here is the first time that we see Pegasus appear, this incredible myth of all of our fairy tales of childhood, the winged horse, that if we follow the stories, we follow the mythology, we know that Pegasus pulled the watery chariot of Poseidon. And so he was an amphibious horse that could fly and go through water. And he represents, again, the sense of, he's very much a sense of renewal, rebirth, resurrection. The idea, why was the mythology that these two creatures sprung from the blood of Medusa's neck when she was decapitated. What was that trying to symbolize? What were these two others? What was this twin representing? Now, there are other stories that relate Medusa and Poseidon to horses. The other story is that actually there's probably the Poseidon story. So you've got Poseidon and Zeus told through different Greek and Latin, Roman mythologies. And I very much believe they come back to the same story, or just told from different perspectives, different points in time. But one of the other versions of the Medusa story is that Medusa rejects Poseidon, who is called her father in yet other fables. So potentially this is a story of child abuse, not just rape of a man to a woman, but this could also be father to daughter, if you're following all the different lines of the story as it's told to us. So anyway, Poseidon specifically can't stand the fact that he's been rejected by Medusa, so he turns himself, and she escapes him by turning herself into a horse, into a stallion, and galloping away into the near distance. And he foils her plan by turning himself into a winged horse as well, catching up with her and having his way with her. And out of her, she bears a centaur child, a child that is half horse, half man. And the centaur comes up again and again. You know, we have a whole clan of centaurs in the constellations, headed by Centaurus, the father of Chiron. Chiron is another character who's the wounded healer of the constellation, another one of these pantheons of nature gods. So Chiron is a centaur, and you know, centaurs were also, you know, as have this archetype of the woman, devil creature, harpy with bird talons and snakes for hair. These horrible images that we've had of creatures throughout history depicting feminine energies. The centaur and the centaur clan were also defamed and misaligned and misrepresented, and were all centaurs were painted as drunken, boorish, brash, senseless creatures that would just rape and pillage and would have no sense of respect for nature or any other creatures. And Chiron was kind of depicted standing out from all of these other centaurs, that potentially because he was another child of Medusa, he was the child of this snake bearer, this snake creature, this snake someone that was acquainted with the snakes, the serpents. They could speak to them. They weren't harmed by their poison, by their venom. They were able to use the gifts of the snakes and the serpents to their advantage. And so even though all of the centaurs are also painted as this horrible kind of race, the bad side of the masculine, perhaps, you know, this painting the bad side of the masculine and painting the good side of the masculine through all of the heroes. And then you've got these kind of anti-heroes, these anti-superheroes that represent all the bad elements, all the evil elements of man, of the masculine energy. But actually these things are contained into one. The not so nice negative energies of masculine energies are part and parcel of this whole package. So, you know, there's this idea that they tried to really split the view of people, to suggest that people could be completely saintly without having any negative polarity to that energy, but which we know isn't the case. So there's also that sense of, again, heart unity in oneself, drawing in those aspects of ourselves that are uncomfortable, distressful, awkward, that we don't feel good about ourselves, actually drawing that into unity through acceptance and forgiveness and love for ourselves is essentially the journey that we need to start going on to balance our chakras, to balance our sacral chakra, you know, especially around our emotions and our identity. So we've got all these stories coming through of these captures, of these rapes and overpowering of the feminine through nature. And we've even got this sort of, you know, this was done by Bernini. People will know that Bernini was a very powerful artist, very connected into the Illuminati and the ancient mysteries and schools of esoteric wisdom. And this is the rape of Proserpina, which is the rape of Persephone. So we're seeing Persephone. This is Gian Lorenzo Bernini, done in 1621. This is the front side. This is like Hades and Persephone. And if I turn it around, you can see the backside of the statue. And there's this three-headed dog that isn't actually visible when you're looking at it from the front. But it's like there's all of this amazing, when you look at all the different sacred geometry through architecture and ancient mystical architecture, such as statues and sculptures and cathedrals, there's loads of evidence now showing that depending on which way you're standing or which way you're facing a sculpture, you will see certain things that you wouldn't see if you're standing on the other side. So there's some really interesting like mystery and symbology carved into these statues, especially by people like Bernini. So as you can see, when you actually walk around to the back, you see this three-headed dog coming through. The three-headed dog, which for me brings us back to this idea of the sun, the moon, the sun, and the third eye. It's this unity, the two, masculine and feminine, brought into unity, and the enlightenment of the third eye is the three-headed dog that you don't see unless you are seeking more answers, because that which the seeker looks for, he will find. But if you're not looking for it, you won't find it. And let's see the card that came through. So grounding was the card that I just picked up to show you the chakras. Number 4, structure. The number 4 brings structure. It is the Emperor energy, the 4 of Wands, the 4 of fire. Very much fiery autumn colors here. The end of spring and summer, moving into autumn. And the 4 of fire brings structure. And I actually said in the last video, I was calling in that structure of the 4 of Wands, calling in the energy of the 4 of Wands to bring some clarity and grounding to this story and help us understand what has been what has been sort of going. Let's put her there. So, so here's another quick picture of the sea monster bringing Cetus or Kythos back into the story, the Leviathan. Now, what I think is interesting, there's lots of stories that say that Perseus, who's on top of the sea monster, he kills the sea monster using Medusa, the Gorgon head, which is now just a severed head in a bag, which he's got that bag under his arm, as you can see. However, there's lots of other stories that say that he doesn't use Medusa's head. All of the villagers are turning away, turning their head away, looking the other way, turning the other cheek, which is a symbolism of them being scared of looking at Medusa straight on, because she would turn them to stone. She would turn them to granite. They would face a granite death or a granite existence if they looked in her direction. And that, so they're all sort of cowering away, looking in the other direction. But actually, a lot of fables, when you look into them deeply, suggest that Perseus didn't use Medusa's head to kill the sea monster. He had a range of tools that allowed him to, in fact, he was stoning. He was throwing rocks that turned into fireballs in his hands at the sea monster. And if we go back to that picture of the vase, you can see this very idea. Did I put it down there? There it is. So if you see here, this is the same picture. This is also Perseus killing the sea monster. And if you look, he's got balls all lined up at his feet and he's picking them up. But look, once they're in his hands, they turn into bright white flames. And there's a beautiful symmetry here. Again, sun and the moon symmetry of the two bright lights in the sky. And you can see here, he's got Medusa's head in a bag under his arm. But he's not actually using it to kill the sea monster. And this is an ancient Corinthian vase. So this is kind of, you know, this is easily like 1,000, 1,500 years old. And this is Perseus killing the sea monster by Cosimo. And you can see he's using his sword of unbelievable strength. And so he was given all these tools in order to help him kill Medusa, including a mirrored shield, which he uses to look at her in the shield so that he doesn't have to look at her directly on. But it's interesting how he gets all these kind of special gifts. And I very much believe there's this sense of kind of, there's a splitting of the masculine and the feminine. But it's like, it's almost like when Perseus goes through the process of decapitating Medusa, he finds that it brings him into alignment. He now possesses the power of both of them now that he has cut her head off. Now that he's broken her free from the binds that tie. I think let's pull a card on that. Let's have a look at Dreams of Gaia. let's get some clarity on what that might mean. Wow. Oh my goodness. Well, 2 cards have already come through, but we shall shuffle as well. So the cards that came through is the 10 of fire. The 10 of fire. I mean, we've got all this energy. Such an incredible card. So we've got this full representation of all the chakras, the sun and the moon represented as these flames of light. We've got the 2 chakras in his hands bursting with light. You know, he's got these horns over his right eye and his left eye, almost representing aspects of the sun. And that is very clearly the sun and the moon behind his head. But also this is a representation of, this is an anatomical image of the brain as well. And, you know, I've really been getting into this series called Magic Egypt. And I really beseech you to go and check out Magic Egypt, Magical Egypt. Amazing series where they have really uncovered so much of the symbology in ancient Egyptian and Sumerian and Babylonian imagery is very clearly anatomical pictures of the brain. And I very much expect them to find anatomical pictures of the heart as well. And we've got all these representations of the third eye with the pineal gland, the pituitary gland. So this, you know, you've got the pineal gland here, you've got the pituitary gland here, but this kind of shape here represents with these kind of wings coming out. The Osiris imagery is identical. I'll show you the Osiris picture quickly. Where did you go, Osiris? Okay. It's possible. I haven't got to it yet, but I think. Okay. Oh, well, I'll find it later. It will come back. But, so we got this amazing card. Followed by the 2 of water, the 2 of cups. We've got the 10 of wands and the 2 of cups. So we've got the 10 of fire and the 2 of water. Union. This is twin flame, soulmate energy. Coming into union, masculine and feminine coming into union. One triggers the other. One triggers the other. Cycle going round. You know, this This dark blue, this is not the blue of the throat chakra. This is the blue of the third eye chakra. This is the indigo. This is the enlightenment of two becoming one. Doesn't have to necessarily be in a physical plane, except in the fact that it's a process taking place in your physical brain. That's as real as breathing. That's the real process taking place. It doesn't have to mean this physical sexual union with a new partner, though that is the case for many people. That is the case for a lot of the collective. But beautiful. Look at this gold around their faces. It's like the energy that they create when they come into union is this beautiful gold. Harmony, utter bliss and peace on their faces. Just that sense of coming home. And it leads to this. That's incredible. Let's just put those. Okay, I was looking for Osiris and here he is. So, I knew he'd come back. If you look at Osiris's head, this program, Magical Egypt, has shown that this shape here, the pituitary gland, the pineal gland is the head, and these little wings on the outside represent these kind of channels that sit around this part of the brain and are depicted throughout the cartouche, the steles, the cave paint, the wall paintings in the palaces, all of them depicting over and over again these images which show actually the perfect anatomically correct designs of where consciousness emerges in our brains. So there are some deep, deep hidden messages that our ancient ancestors wanted us to know. And they've buried it all in the art, the imagery that they left for us, that they left in places and materials that wouldn't erode, for one thing. They've left us messages in as many ways as possible so that we would follow the breadcrumbs of the secrets and the mysteries. And I believe that they very much expected us and wanted us to find this energy and take it forward. So let's see, they knew that our destiny relied on that. Okay. So to introduce another one of the characters, some of you, if you're astrologers, you may well have heard of Lilith. Lilith is the feminine energy or the dark side of the moon that we're so generally acquainted with her in that archetype, in that image, that she is this vengeful goddess, this horrible harpy that creates, sort of has this power over the weather, has this power over storms and lightning and evil forces that only mean bad things for us. So I was really interested to look into the Lilith history. She appears a lot in different mythologies, and I had planned to talk about her in part 1 of this video series. And the interesting thing is, I hadn't actually mentioned it, and I pulled a card, I pulled a medicine card, and there she was, there she was illuminated in the, is it the owl card? Yes. So I will read it for you again to introduce Lilith back into the story, because it was really interesting what came through. So the owl, symbology, sexual energy, darkness and liberation. The owl is a nocturnal bird strongly associated with the moon and feminine energy. Lilith, a goddess of the Talmud and early Christian Gnosticism, is frequently represented as an owl. She was Adam's first wife before Eve and is known for having refused to assume a subordinate role in marriage. Although she has traditionally been associated with dark sexual energy, she is a powerful and liberating feminine symbol. So very interesting, associated with all this dark energy. But actually, according to the Talmud and early Gnosticism, she was Adam's first wife. And, you know, that really sort of put the cat amongst the pigeons. Put the sheep the sheep amongst the serpents in the Garden of Eden. To actually have this love triangle going on, that there was another before Eve, that Eve was not the first woman. And I think it's one of the interesting things, if you go back through the scripture, there's this idea that Eve was made from Adam, that he was the first, that she was made from his rib, so that the man would always protect the woman. This idea of protection coming from the rib. But there was always this connotation that he was first, man was first, Eve came second as the woman. Well, actually, there's lots of contrary to that belief, that Eve was, first of all, man and woman were created at the same time. Genesis actually states when God said, I made them in my image, I made man and woman, both of them, at the same time. So we know that Adam and Eve, or man and woman, masculine and feminine, were created at the same moment. But we also know that actually it was Eve that received the knowledge from the serpent first as well. She came into awakening first, and then she told Adam, and he came into awakening second. Such is the story of twin flames. That I made this kind of like joke. It's funny that there was no sense of taking responsibility, this sense of like blaming and passing the buck and denying one's own self or truth, is that when Adam and Eve are questioned over why did they eat the apple from the forbidden tree, the forbidden fruit from the tree of life, the forbidden thing they were told not to do. And Adam says, oh, well, Eve told me to do it. He's just blaming her straight away, which suggests that she was awakened first. She got the keys of knowledge from the tree of life via the serpent. And then she told Adam about it. So, the idea of Adam and Eve in the Garden of Eden is another representation of the masculine and the feminine being ripped apart and separated from their true nature. Being told that you know, you can't touch the tree of life, you can't have this knowledge. And the devil or the serpent is the one that tempts them to try the tree of knowledge. He wants to give them the wisdom, he wants to show them the light. And they do see the light, they bite the apple, they see the enlightenment that comes through the tree of life, they understand their true nature, and they recognize that they've been separated, they recognize their separateness. And that's why they're suddenly ashamed and scared of their bodies. And that's why people think they cover themselves with fig leaves. But I think actually the fig leaves harks back to an earlier time of a much more vegetable state of the body when we were asexual, an asexual creature. But anyway, the Garden of Eden story for me is another pinnacle representation of this separating of the masculine and the feminine. And everyone's fixated on the story of Adam and Eve, you know, whatever you believe, everyone kind of recognizes that this is where it began. You know, these were the first creatures that God decreed. But then this Lilith character, who was clearly around the whole time, suddenly turns up. So, you know, we've now got Lilith in the mix. So I decided to go looking for Lilith. And these are some of the images I found. This is a beautiful one of Lilith. Let's see if I've got my... Yeah. So there's a slightly smaller one there, you can see. So she's enveloped by the... So, you know, really going back to this idea of Ophiuchus again, the serpent, you know, we know about the serpent being in the Garden of Eden, and we now see that the serpent's wrapped around Lilith. This is another representation of Lilith from the Babylonians. See, she has this beautiful mirror image, which I would suggest is the sun and the moon. She has the snake represented on her third eye. She has these kind of talon feet like a harpy creature. And she stands on the two creatures, she stands on two lions, and she's flanked by these two owls. So again, this mirror imaging, mirror reflection, a sense of unity and separateness. I'm definitely seeing snake heads. That's not just part of her hairstyle. That's deliberately like snake heads, but also you can also almost imagine her taking off on like a hang glider. If you look at the way she's holding, you know, holding these struts, and then this wing on each side, and these could even be like a harness, these snake aspects. So, you know, this is a clear representation, and she's got the feet of a bird and wings. So again, the pictorial imaging and imagery and symbolism of using bird features to represent flight, whether that be flight like a bird or flight like an engineered, motorized or mechanical craft or spacecraft. Those ideas have definitely been put forward. And so this is Lilith. This is a representation of Lilith as told by the Babylonians. You know, you can very much call her a first woman if we're looking at her in relationship to Adam and Eve. This is quite a nice, pleasant image of Lilith, because she has been maligned and put forward as this dark side, this dark creature of the moon, this you know, she was rejected. You know, the idea was that she was rejected by Adam and she was created into some kind of villainous, vengeful creature that couldn't deal with the fact that he turned her down. And again, not the story, not the truth. So this is actually a nice depiction of perhaps who the real Lilith was. And you'll see that something that comes up again and again is she's got red hair. She's got red hair in every single image. Red hair there. Red hair here. And the next one is really interesting. Okay, so there's one. So this is really, really fascinating. Just take a look at this for a few moments and tell me, talk to yourselves, commune with me telepathically with what you think this is saying. If I tell you that this is Lilith here, just take in the energy of this image. We just reached 23255, which was very nice symmetry, and now it's 233. So what you see here is you see a woman with this lovely long hair, talking to the snake. She's actually almost telling him off, perhaps. They're having a debate of some kind. So the snake, the serpent in the garden, is having some kind of discussion, debate with Lilith. And who's in the background? Adam and Eve. And interestingly, look at Eve's gesture to Adam. You know, Eve's holding the apple. She's already been awakened. She's passing the apple to Adam. But look at her stance. It's almost the same as Lilith. There's a mirror image going on between Eve and Lilith here. You can see Adam looks absolutely terrified. You know, he's reaching for the apple because Eve is telling him amazing things are going to be revealed to him when he does, but he's terrified. But he definitely takes it after Eve does. Now, the story of what is going on in this picture, in this scenario, oh, itchy nose again, it means I'm on the money, apparently. So the real story is as is told in the Bible, is that God wanted Lilith to be the first woman with Adam. And he created both of them and he told them his expectations. Quite possibly, he told them his expectations through the snake. Maybe the snake was his messenger. See the snake as a messenger in this scenario, messenger of God. All messages from God come from another divine being. They come from animal medicine animal spirits or angels in most fables. They come through encounters with other creatures and entities, monsters generally, giants, and angels and Cupid and flying creatures, birds with messages. Birds have often brought messages. They represent the air mental quality of our elemental landscape. And the snake is creation by the same stroke. So the story goes is that this is what God asked for of Adam and Lilith. And he explained what their roles were going to be. And so it goes that he asked Lilith to lie underneath Adam, and Lilith refused. She said, I don't want to take a subservient role in life. I don't want my life to simply be in service of subservience to another. I will not lie under Adam. And that was a very literal and a very metaphorical response. And she and the thing that has dawned on me as I've been working through this is this break where actually Lilith refuses to do this, refuses to live this role, this life, this subservience. She wants to work on evil. She wants to be on equal terms. That wasn't a Freudian slip. Or maybe it was. That's just thrown me. So she wants to be on equal terms with Adam. She wants to live in a world where she is equal to him, not subservient to, not to be taken, overpowered, whether that be physically, sexually, mentally, in any regard. And God has to grant her this wish because she's asked for it, and he granted her free will. That is one of the gifts of the secrets of the tree of life, is that man was given free will. In as much as he was entrenched in this body and in a web or under a veil that would keep him disconnected from himself, he did have also they were both granted with free will. And I really feel like this story of Lilith, whether she was a real person before Eve, if anything to me, she represents the aspect of Eve that is free. She represents the enlightened Eve before Eve had eaten the apple. She represents what eating the apple in the Garden of Eden actually did for humankind. It gave them knowledge, yes, of their separateness, but also of the quest for the journey to find each other again, to use their free will and not be in the complete power. That yes, they were under a certain amount of power and certain amount of laws around them, but they had this little nugget of free will that they could use if they could pull their heart and their mind into harmony and focus all their energy and intention and attention on what they really wanted. Their free will would take them there. And so I think Eve represents this idea of free will. She represents the moment where, this was the upshot of eating the apple. Eve is awakened to this idea that actually she has the right to think for herself, to go in the direction that she wants to go in. She doesn't have to be subservient to a man. That's not to say that, you know, there's this idea that she doesn't want, she doesn't want to be subservient to, but doesn't necessarily not want to be in union with her other. But this is a symbolic representation of the split that's now happened in Eve's mind. It hasn't happened in Adam yet. But it's like, you know, this is Eve potentially having this debate with the snake, you know, giving her feedback, telling her opinion. So I think, you know, this is a beautiful mirror image. And I think the fact that you see Eve and Lilith with their finger out, I suggest that's almost representative of the two sides of Eve, her feminine and her masculine in union. She's pulling on those energies, those gifts from both sides. She now has the knowledge, the enlightenment of this separateness. And look what she's doing. What is Eve doing with that knowledge? She's trying to give it to her masculine. She's trying to bring him into the same enlightenment. She's already awoken and she says, look, take a bite. She's offering him the apple. And she's telling him, you look here. I've got a voice too. And she's almost saying, look, we can transform the energy that you and I are in right now. You'll stop feeling scared. You'll come into your power. You'll come into your knowledge of who you really are. Amazing. And then you'll be, you know, and then now look at this. This is Eve and Lilith. See, Lilith, again, represented with the red hair here. And you can see she's got, in this depiction, she's got wings and she's got a massive serpent tail. I found this on Pinterest. This is Lilith and Eve. But, you know, this is like the two sides of Eve. The innocent, pure, untouched, virginal, untouched by knowledge, untouched by wisdom, covering herself in shame or there's a kind of little girl lost, shameful of this body that she has. And then there's Lilith giving her the apple of wisdom. She's sharing it with her. With this serpent tail, you sort of see Lilith becoming the serpent now. And in this image, we have Lilith as the serpent. So the plot thickens indeed. The free will, the knowledge, there's kind of like an angel. There's kind of like an angel creature here in the corner. But after all of my ruminating around these parts of the anatomical parts of the body that are appearing heavily hidden in plain sight. This really sort of feels like a heart. Now I'm seeing it. It's like I can see the ventricles. So I'm sort of taking us back again and again to this idea of the serpent bearer of Ophiuchus coming back again. Let's revisit this. Yeah. So Ophiuchus, again, the serpent bearer. This idea of the snakes curling up our chakras, our kundalini self waiting to be awakened. The moon on the left eye, the sun on the right eye. Enlivened when the heart chakra is opened through that self-love and healing and calm, end of karmic cycles. And we keep coming back to this idea of the serpent, the Ouroboros, the snake eating itself, the never-ending cycle of life, death, and rebirth. And how is it that it's depicted so beautifully and intricately and significantly in the image of Ophiuchus that we've largely just ignored and turned our head away from, turned our head away like turning away from Medusa, turning away from the knowledge. You know, all of these things come back to this sense of splitting. And you only have the sense of splitting in a dualistic universe if you have the sense of unity. There's no sense of, you cannot have two things split apart from each other if there was no unity to begin with. So these things have been stripped from an ultimate oneness, a wholeness. And the ultimate goal, as everything is in the universe, is to come back into equilibrium, to bring balance, to restore the equilibrium. To take back control over our inner self. The inner self that could be running amok, could be causing havoc in your life. And all these expressions that I make about healing and bringing ourselves into unity is all part of my absolute certainty that the journey that we're all on this raising of our vibration, raising of our consciousness, is to bring us back into unity with this sense of our lost sacred feminine and lost sacred masculine, this splitting, this ripping of the two souls from each other. But rip down the middle, you know, rip down this sense of the inner self, that our feminine side is controlled by the moon, our masculine side, our masculine energy is controlled by the sun. But it's bringing it into heart harmony. That is the way in which we can enlighten. Well, it's the way in which we burst this portal open of our heart chakra. Because it opens these three branches to, one goes to the right eye, the sun, one goes to the left eye, the moon, and the third middle one goes straight up the trunk, up to the crown chakra, passing through the throat and the third eye chakra on its way. But, you know, this heart chakra, it has these amazing, like, ventricles of light that come out. And it's about bringing light first and foremost into those aspects of ourselves, into those corners of our hearts that we've been neglecting, that we've not been nurturing, that we've been told through our education, through our parents, through our families, that are not for things that, girls things aren't for boys and boys things aren't for girls. We have to live in these very different split lives, but it's all been forced and coerced and manipulated by this huge gender stereotypes and gender biases that have created huge rifts. And I very much feel the representation of this interplanetary war that was going on as well, that is a pure reflection and representation of what's happening down here in the 3D. Is it's as above, so below. Everything has a reflection of each other. So what is it that was created? What is it that was happening out in the universe that brought, all of our societal structures and behaviors to the point that we're at now, as we roll down this beautiful wave into the age of Aquarius, into the age of enlightenment. We are gradually finding the tools to open the doorways, the keys to open the gates, to open the portals. And this is what we are guided to do, is to find these gates. Because you've got to know there's a gate to be opened, to be looking for the key. There's no point having a key if you don't know what door you're opening. So it's about finding the gates. Where are these gates? Where are these gateways or guardians blocking the path? Who's blocking the path to the gateway? And that's a journey you can only go on yourself. That's a journey of enlightenment through your intuition and your inner self and your higher self, and an honest, loving, gentle conversation with yourself about anything that feels out of balance, physically, mentally, spiritually, and emotionally, especially emotionally. Where are we holding on to emotions and fears, regrets, worries about the future, regrets about the past, things that we cannot change, things that we couldn't change at the time, even if we had wanted to, and yet we continue to rake ourselves over the coals about how we could have done that differently, how we should have done something differently, how we should have been better than who we are, how we should have striven for something. And actually we do strive to find the truth of this journey. We do it every day, but we're stopped. Things are standing in our way. Our connection with how we look after our bodies, how we are enabled to look after our bodies, what's out in the, what food and drink and healthy, clean water are we accessing? What healthy food are we feeding to the soul and to the mind? What vitamins and minerals are we giving to our spirit, to our throat chakra, to speaking our truth, to living our own 255, 22? All of that stuff comes back to loving ourselves, being in acceptance and harmony, and gently turning over those stones that might hide those little corners and sweeping out the cobwebs and just shining a little bit of light on it. It's not about dragging up old pain from the past. It's about finding an acceptance and a peace that actually that part of your struggle has shaped you into who you are and has given you incredible learnings that you can take forward and ensure that this kind of situation couldn't happen again because you're learning from it. And if you don't learn from it this time, then it's pretty likely that karma's going to show it to you again and again until you do get it. And that will be the right time for you. We're all on different levels and different parts and timelines of this journey. And it's ultimately, you know, this sense of loving ourselves and actually accepting ourselves naturally gives us and makes us full of energy that supports the people around us as well. When you are emanating a positive high vibration, you are bringing that into your own auric field. You're actually emanating it, radiating it out of your core, comes out of you like a furnace, and you radiate that to the world around you, and you will get back everything that you radiate, and you will be able to share love and light and healing with everyone that comes to you. So that's why it's a personal journey. You cannot give it out if you don't have it in the first place. You cannot give it out if you've been giving it out all day and you don't have any left. You always have to come back to source, come back to center, and recognize that you are the divine one in the center of all of these magnitude 10 reflections of the universe. You are in the center point. You are the pivotal centrifuge in the center of which every other reflection bounces. So remembering it to bring it back to your core center and do that breathing, do that meditation, do that healing light transfer to all aspects of your body, going through each of your chakras and working through those places that have pain and discomfort and sadness, emotional sadness, emotional pain is the one that does the most damage. The traumas that we've locked up tight and experiences that we've hidden away, they are the ones that are actually eating us from the inside out. And they are not hidden. They are actually coming through as reflections, as ripples through your auric field into your behavior, because they are at the core of your belief system. And out of your belief system comes your emotions about your beliefs. And your belief system is colored and triggered and electrochemically, magnetically charged by your emotions, very physically so. There's all lots of undercurrent chemicals that run in with our emotions as they tear around our body. And especially our masculines out there, our men and boys and gentlemen that have been conditioned in a world that has taught them to not accept their emotions and not accept and reflect and integrate and assimilate the emotions they're feeling into who they are and let that guide them and support them, but actually told to push it down and bury it and suppress it, which is the worst possible thing I think could have ever been wrought on mankind. And I'm talking about the masculine gender here, but it's also through that masculine aspect of the female. And we've just gone 3 hours, 33 seconds. I hope you're all doing okay out there. If you've been intuitively guided to this reading, this is definitely taking on a new journey, a new shape to the things I normally do, to the things that I've seen around. I think this is some really interesting original material that just has me on fire. Like, I find this such a fascinating subject, and the more I look into these hidden away deities, the more we're revealing these incredible gifts that they have for us. And it comes back again and again to healing. It comes back again and again to nature. Comes back again and again to reconnecting and integrating the two sides of ourselves. All of these dualistic polarities are trying to come back into union. So the greatest one of those being the masculine and feminine side of yourself. And I wanted to show so this idea of the left eye moon and the right eye the sun, you know, almost like these two chariots, two wings, two winged unicorns or winged serpents as chariots, carrying us through the cosmos. And what are they carrying? They're carrying this vessel, this chariot, this body, the serpent bearer. They're carrying this incredibly important vessel. And these snakes, these serpents, are bearing this magical star. This magical star here, intertwined. You know, you could see it as someone with their arms stretched out as well, and their legs. But this is their root chakra going into their earth star, going into the ground. And then coming up here is their heart, this beautiful heart in unity. And look at the cross of unity sitting right over the heart chakra. Up into the throat, you see the white rose representing the throat. And then these two snakes are sort of like the chambers representing those ventricles coming up from the heart into the sun and the moon energy, enlightening the third eye here. This is the completion. This is the never-ending cycle. This is the ultimate unity that cracks open a portal. It's like the two keys turning in the lock, and they turn and it opens a gateway. This is the gateway having been opened. This immaculate journey that we're on to open this gateway of enlightenment. But there's this sense of like, okay, wow, this is the ultimate journey to open the gateway. But where does the gateway go? Where does the portal lead? The door is unlocked by this motion, by this in unity, in partnership energy that of us coming into union with ourselves. And this then undoes another part of the story where we're all trying to get to. And I came across this when I was looking for Lilith, with all of this in mind. When I was looking for Lilith, I came across this. This is Lilith by Anato Finstar, which is a fascinating, fascinating portrait. You've got Lilith. I mean, again, these images are so matching the idea of my reference to Magic Egypt again, is that these represent actual anatomical aspects of the brain where the consciousness is created between these different chambers and the pituitary gland and the pineal gland. And it has all these kind of like funny fingers and funny like little hands coming off, like the two sections that connect the brain to the skull kind of have these two little sections that look like little hands coming out. And if you were to take a brain out of a skull, this is where you would need to cut them. And you'd need to know a great deal about very advanced medicine, surgery, brain surgery, anatomical basis in order to do experiments or have this kind of knowledge. So the fact that we see it through Egyptian culture and Egyptian drawings and symbology is amazing. And then I come across this, and this is Lilith. And you can see she's got this, she's got her hands up to her eyes like this. And you remember I was saying to you earlier that you've got a chakra in each of your hands, and you've got a chakra in each of your eyes. So the idea is, you know, I think what she's trying to depict here is there's something to be had, there's something to be gained. You know, this distress, this torment that she looks like she's in, that is something is being created, something is being achieved by this gesture of putting the hands up to the eyes. And actually in that one you can see this beautiful moon. It's a slightly smaller image, so you can see this is actually her holding up the moon. So it's kind of like bringing this beautiful feminine energy into harmony with the body. And then look at this divine feminine energy. I mean, look at that burning volcano between her legs. You know, this is this, if ever there was a representation of divine feminine energy, life creation. I mean, this is fire. This is like, you know, create a fiery hell of creation. It's exactly what it is. And yet here she is with this, you know, oh my gosh, it's like this Kundalini awakening. Now I see it differently. You know, you can see this. She's had the Kundalini awakening, and the Kundalini has been awakened, and you can see this like snake trail of fire up through her body and up, right up to the top, right out the top into the moon. And it's like she's brought this alignment in by putting her hands over her eyes. And that this is some way of kind of connecting the energy source of the chakra in your palm to the chakra in your eye. And I'm going to show you this image, which as soon as I saw this, there was an image that came to me. And you might recognize this. And it's the image, get ready, prepare for this. It's pretty freaky. This is from Pan's Labyrinth. Isn't that amazing? That synchronicity. It's actually putting in the film, Pan's Labyrinth by Guillermo del Toro. Beautiful film, full of symbolic, spiritual symbolism and energy from other worlds. And yet this beautiful element of nature. This is one section in the film when he actually puts his eyeballs in his hands and his hands fly up to his head like that. And he walks around being able to see through the chakras or through the palms of his hands, but obviously like through the chakras. And I feel this is a representation of the sun and the moon chakra of your right and left eye being awakened. And that this is one of the pathways to opening your third eye. This is part of the journey. I mean, Pan's Labyrinth, if you haven't seen it, I really would have a look at this beautiful film. This is Pan in his kind of normal state in the film, in this beautiful story. This is him when he's being challenged by the girl in the story. Or he's being challenged by her, but he's trying to show her some wisdom. And I think I'm going to go back and watch this film again. Interesting, you see the moon in the background there. But this is Pan. And actually, so you can see Pan has got... this is the idea of Pan, the woodland god. The god of nature, the god of the spirits of nature in the woodland. Pan's Labyrinth. Again, it's a mystery. It's a treasure trail. It's a map to help us understand our real nature. And Pan's Labyrinth, you know, it's a labyrinth in nature. It's a labyrinth to our natural, true natural self. And you can see Pan here depicted with like the ram horns, which again brings us back to this idea of fertility, renewal, rebirth, the spring. And if you look closely on his forehead, he seems to have two images of concentric circles going round and round and round like an ether symbol, sitting right above his right and left eyes. Pan was often represented as a centaur as well. Okay. I'm going to put a few more cards and see what's happening in the spirit energies. Because I'm just seeing so many synchronicities. Let's see who wants to... Let's pull some Egyptian Nefertari. I don't want this reading to go on too much after 4 hours. I definitely didn't intend it to be as long as the first one. Kind of want it to be a little bit, but I've actually still got loads of things to share, but I don't want to rush through them. I don't want to race through it all. I'd like this story to unfold gradually, allowing me the chance to absorb and integrate what I believe is a powerfully essential story revealing itself. Okay. Oh, I'll just have a quick stretch of my legs. Right. Let's get some moon cards as well. Okay. So let's see what the Tarot Nefertari has to say in clarity to these stories, these messages so far. Oh, the Lovers, Twin Flames, Soulmates, the number 6, very much a 6 of fire, 6 of wands, 6 of victory. Coming into union. Look at that mirror image of the masculine and feminine. The bird of Horus. Isis, Osiris, and Horus. Let's just put that. Of course, it's gone and got buried. I thought it would be good to. There we go. Okay. Let's put them there. So we've now got Isis and Osiris. This is Osiris in the middle. And then here's this imagery again of these ventricles in the brain that surround the pineal gland and the pituitary gland, and is what we believe to be the seat of consciousness, where DMT is created, where melatonin is created, where cryptochromes are created. That which helps us, keeps us aligned to north and south, to the magnetic field, which is a whole other section which we can definitely talk about in the next part 3 of this beautiful story. I want to really get into some of the energetic esoteric wisdom. But this is Osiris, this is Horus, and this is Isis, and this is Osiris in the middle. And Osiris and Isis actually brought Horus into the world, and he represents the left eye. He represents your left eye, because he's the moon, he's the feminine energy. And Isis here representing the sun. You see, she's got the sun above her. And it's this idea of this unity here into the God element in the middle. This is a beautiful statue from the Louvre in Paris. Isis, Osiris, and Horus were part of a history from 2,500 years ago. I just saw a card flip over. The King of Wands, the King of Fire, King of Fire. King of Fire. And the Lovers. The King of Fire brings passion and love and justice. He brings resolution and conclusion to his actions. He finishes what he starts. He brings the fire to follow through on his ideas into a manifested reality in the 3D. What's that aspect of you that you can harness and it allows you to stand in your power? What do you have passion about? That's often a really great way of understanding what your purpose is, what your role here is. Whatever you're passionate about, whatever it is you've been dying to do your whole life, those little pipe dreams that you daydream about, those are the things that you're meant to do. Those are the things that you're meant to be bringing into the world, manifesting in the world. All those things that scare the hell out of you and you think are the things that are never going to happen, never going to manifest. They're just dreams. You're just ridiculous hopes and dreams that are nothing more than smoke in the wind. That actually you can bring your energy of your will to bear. The energy of your will, the energy of your awareness. That is what you have control over, is your awareness. Where your awareness is. What thoughts you're paying attention to. What emotions you're paying attention to most. Because everything you pay attention to, you give energy. So where attention goes, energy flows. So where attention goes, energy flows. So which wolf are you feeding? How are you maintaining an equilibrium and balance within yourself and not succumbing to thoughts which pull you down into a low vibration? Thoughts about yourself, thoughts about things that have happened, things that haven't happened yet. And why on earth are you not just living in the present moment, which is what it's all about? There's a great connection between meditation and living in the present moment. If you're able to ensure that your awareness is on the very stillness of this very nanosecond moment and nothing else, no other intrusions, no other distractions. You can be listening to music, you can have a mantra in your mind, you can be focusing on an image or a candle or a tarot card. You can be focusing on a sunset. You can be feeling the ground beneath your feet. It's not about there being nothing going on. It's about you being present with what is there, what is going on in your physical body, and really grounding with that, because that's the best way to bring yourself to a relaxed state, calm state, and everything flows from a calm state. You know what flows from a stressful state? More stress. Stressful thoughts create a stressful life. A stressful inner world creates a messy, chaotic outer world. And sometimes we can't control how messy the outer world is, but we can control how messy the inner world is. So take a few moments. If you're getting stressed out, take a few moments to shut your eyes and just breathe. Just breathe. And then gently say, listen to your body and say, what does my body need right now? Is it too cold? Is it too hot? Keep it, so your temperature is something that you can control. So keep your temperature in balance would be one piece of advice I would give to people. Keep your temperature in balance. If you're too hot, bring yourself back to a cooler, take a layer off or step outside and get some fresh air. Don't get overheated. Everything has to work harder when you're overheated or you're too cold. So don't let your body work harder than it has to, especially when you're stressed, because your body energy is needed for all those other healing processes that stress is causing in your body to, come under attack. So, there's a fantastic north-south meditation that we read out in the previous video, part 1, which is from the Emerald Tablets from Thoth. And that is the north-south meditation where, very simply, for an hour on one day, you orient your head to the south and meditate for an hour facing the south. And then the next day, you orient your head to the north. So lie down with your head facing the north and meditate that way. And if you alternate north and south, you will help bring your body back into alignment, back into its natural magnetic equilibrium with the planet. And there's loads of free apps for a compass for your smartphone, so you can easily navigate which is north and south, and perhaps move your bed around so that it's actually in the right position. So that it's if possible, move your bed so that it's actually north and south oriented, so that your head is facing north. And then on different days, just put your head at different ends of the bed. That's the way I do it. So that's another little piece of, that's another little suggestion for helping bring your alignment. To bring yourself into alignment. I'm not feeling any more cards coming from the Egyptian Nefertari. But, they did give us the Lovers and the King of Wands. So we'll say that that's pretty good. Let's go Queen of the Moon Oracle. Let's see what moon energy is. We just had this crazy, powerful moon on Monday. The super moon, worm moon, Virgo full wisdom moon. Oops. And don't forget, we've got this beautiful rising of Orion tonight. Go check out my suggestion of the Star Tracker app. Seriously, it is amazing. So, beautiful Queen of the Moon Oracle. What energy, what support do you have in this quest for your feminine moonlit energies? That's too many. Thank you, Queen of the Moon Oracle spirits and energies. What would you like to say, Moon? Is there any illumination that you can bring? Resistance. Interesting. We've got resistance. Waning crescent 2. So that's phase 2 of the waning crescent. And it's the number 25, which adds to a 7. Seven of Earth is divine timing. I read the Seven of Pentacles, the Seven of Earth is the divine timing card. And that definitely applies to nature. You know, everything does happen in its divine timing. Everything has a divine clockwork, order and time and process to it that you cannot rush. You cannot make things grow quicker, certainly in this atmosphere, than they will. So there is a sense of being patient and waiting. But there's also like almost resistance from wanting to grow. Resistance to growing. Resistance to growth. She's like almost holding on, not wanting that forest, that woodland to bloom. Holding on for dear life. Or simply holding on for dear life in the journey of life. Because it is a crazy ride. It is a ride at breakneck speed through the cosmos. It is frightening. It is scary. And we don't know what's coming around the next corner, and we don't know why we're feeling what we're feeling. And it's scary. And we don't know if it's going to ever stop. And I think that is the big fear. And that's why we can't talk about transformation happening overnight. It has to be gradual, allowing us to build up our strength and our resilience in order to make that journey, take those risks and those challenges to exist. 33333. Wow. Boom. All the threes are suddenly appearing. We had more 3 energy in the last reading than I knew was possible. I'm feeling all that 3. Oh, I just got all these like bubbles in my sacral chakra. So we've got resistance in the moon. You know, resistance potentially from taking this journey into unity with each other. Resistance from the resistance for the masculine energy to reconnect with its emotions. Resistance from the feminine energy to reconnect with her voice. Yeah. Resistance. But there is a beautiful forest and garden waiting, just bursting to bloom. It's already got a little ecosystem bursting through, and all you need to do is let go into that. Resistance is futile. You can't hold back the river. You can't hold back the ocean. You can't hold back the ocean of emotion. Don't try. Stop trying to hold everything in. Stop trying to pretend it doesn't matter when it really does. Start being honest with yourself. You don't have to tell anybody about any of this until you're ready, if you're ever ready to. But my goodness, be honest with yourself. Who on earth are you keeping secrets from? Who on earth are you protecting by keeping this beautiful aspect of yourself down? Why are you fighting? Because someone told you that you couldn't have it? Because someone else told you you weren't good enough? Because someone else said something which meant more to you than your own heart, your own connection to yourself as your bestie. You can be your own best friend, or you can be your worst enemy. That's the wolf. You have to decide. that you're going to feed the one that is fearful. Feed that energy of fear and holding back, holding down, holding in, locking everything out, shutting yourself away from it. This is not working, is it? Doesn't work. Comes back another way, it finds another corner to spring up. The dam will find another leak. No matter how many times you try and plug the dike and plug the dam, if there's an overflow, it's coming through one way or another. And if it's not under your control, it will come out of your control when you least expect it, when you least want it to. Well, you'll get triggered by something and all your emotions will suddenly burst out, because they will. You can be Superman, but you can't hold it all down forever. And I'm speaking to all energies here. Masculines and feminines and human beings at the very core. Human creatures, human spirits, spirits of light, just existing in a human body, having a human experience. Stop trying to forget. Embrace and remember who you try to remember what you really want. Might have been a really long time since you've asked that question. But just, what would you really like to do right now? What would you really like to do right now? Write it down. And then write down why you can't, why you're not letting yourself have it. And meditate on that. And be really honest about how many of the things are we standing in our own way? And how many of them are genuinely really out of our control? And then those that are really, really out of your control, push them aside because you can't do anything about them. Focus your energy not on the things which are ridiculous and helpless and hopeless, that talking about them is never going to solve, and worrying about them even less. Focus your energy on what you do have control over. Your energy, your communication, your love, your relationships. I'm feeling another card coming through. Bringing it all back into unity. I'm going to put this picture back. Great Spirit. To face racism in every single situation, easy now. You speak loud. Great Spirit, take me instead. Guide me down the road of right to the okay. A bit fun. Okay, Queen of the Moon Oracle, what other messages do you have for us? This beautiful reading for Ophiuchus and Cetus. As we introduce them into our zodiac, recognize them truly in their power. Recognize those beautiful souls born under their sign of the great whale and the great healer, the serpent bearer. Okay. Where's that other card? That's not the one I wanted. Okay, doesn't matter. Okay, beautiful. So we've got the Prince of Swords coming out again. Got the Prince of Swords coming out with the Thoth just decided to jump in again. So he's bringing us back to the idea of a truce. Four of Swords, truce, peace, meditation, harmony, alignment and balance. Bring it back home. Bring it back to center. Let the chaos of the outside world disappear into this calm, balanced, harmonic symmetry in the middle of your breath. Balanced on each side. No warring. Just alignment. And the King of Swords come out again, and it came out from a different deck in the last reading, and it was some of the people in the live really associated the King of Swords with the journey. The sense of, that the masculine and the feminine finding their way back with the sun and the moon, which also came out. And this sense of alignment. And I even love, this almost sacred geometry mirroring this one as well. Circular spinning shape. Forever entwined, like the snakes, the Ophiuchus snakes, forever entwined. It's very much this kind of truce energy, putting down some of these, bringing a truce and a justice to redress the balance where there have been imbalances between the masculine and the feminine. A match made in heaven that just came to my mind. This is a match made in heaven. This is a divine creation that has been split from its person, split from its love, split from its divine other, wanting to get back. And the Prince of Swords, brings that clarity and truth. The feminine energy brings nurturing. And the masculine energy brings that sense of speaking one's truth, finding one's voice, standing in your power, intertwining and integrating those feminine and masculine energies into one, in our heart. Genuinely taking that energy of love into ourselves and letting it permeate and radiate through every cell of our body, bringing light into those dark corners, dusting out those outdated cobwebs of desires and needs and expectations and beliefs about ourselves and about others that actually do nothing to serve us but keep us in a place of want and lack and comparison with others and never feeling we're good enough. Let's throw off all of these horrible harnesses and chastity belts that we actually do to ourselves. You know, the stage may have been set, we may have been given this hand, but it's how you play that makes the difference. And you can transform the energy, any energy that you're in, into the direction that you want it to. And the only thing that can hold you back is yourself. Yes, there are some very obvious things that restrict people, like bars and prison and borders and countries and political, religious views. But on a personal level, you not taking action on something that you know would be really good for you, would really make you happy, would really could be a great opportunity for you, but you don't do it because of some niggling doubt that you're not good enough, or you don't deserve it, or you don't want to stand out, or you don't want to put your head above the parapet and be something more than everyone around you, then you really have no one else to blame but yourself. And unfortunately, what happens is that often people do get then into the crazy cycle of then blaming themselves for the things they didn't do, the chances they didn't take, and then new chances come up to take new risks and new exciting adventures. And that fear that came up before comes up and goes, oh, well, you couldn't do it before, so you can't do it this time. And I want you to know that you can always get back up and do it again. You do it every day. You get out of bed every day and you do it all again. You live from morning to night and you survive. Some of you are learning to live this life and not just survive. I count myself among one of the lucky ones. And I want to show you the way that this is possible. And it starts inside. You have all the keys to the kingdom inside you. You just have to start making friends with them. Think of an icebreaker. Start talking to yourself. Start listening to your inner self first. Be polite. Listen to what they have to say. But then engage and interface. What do they really want? Find out. Ask the question. Physically say it to the ether. See what comes back. Your soul wants the greatest, highest good for your journey, and it is trying really hard to give you hints and clues and steer you in the right direction. And our biggest mistake is that we're just not listening. It's not actually rocket science. The funny thing is, your intuition could teach you rocket science if you were listening. Your intuition, your inner self, your higher self could teach you anything, but you have to be prepared to really listen and be a good student of your intuition and not the scattering negative thought forms that pervade your normal awareness. You have to discern that intuitive voice of your true self and then make best friends with it and hang on for dear life. Because they will guide you true. They will guide you to the... I'm just going to quickly get some cards from the Tarot de la Nuit, because I feel like there's some characters still wanting to show themselves. Well, it's 8 minutes to 4 o'clock. So 4 o'clock, 4 hours. I think I'm going to stop at 4. I wanted to bring the energy of 4 of Wands to these readings. And I think stopping at 4 hours on this reading is good again. I think if I make it longer, I want to stay in this energy. So let's do a couple more readings from these. And there's still so much, guys. There's still so much to this story. I really love your feedback. You know, I'd really love to hear what people think. Like, where do they think this is going? Like, where do they think this, what do they think this is telling us about our past? And there's loads of other theories and ideas that I have that I haven't put forward yet, just because it's all going to come out in its right timing. So I really hope you'll join me for the next episode. There is definitely a part 3 coming, and maybe a part 4, because we're bringing the energy of 4. Let's see where this journey, where this chariot takes us. But I am definitely going to do my best to integrate my feminine and my masculine energies and heal my emotions, take care of my body, what I put into my body, what I put into my mind, what I put into my spirit, and what I put in to my emotions, and what energy I put into each of those things. Remembering to keep in as high vibration as possible. The Emperor. Number 4 of fire. 4 of fire, bringing the structure, bringing these proceedings to a close, my darling. Well, indeed, the Emperor, of course he is. Okay, Major Arcana, the Emperor, the 4 of fire, representing Aries. We have the Lovers on the table, who represent Gemini. We also have the 2 of Cups from the Dreams of Gaia, which is like the 2 of Cups, 2 of Water, but also twin flame Lovers energy. And we've got quite a lot of swords. We've got the King of Wands and we've got the Emperor. He is the King of Wands, and the King of Wands is the Emperor. And the Lovers are fiery. And we also have the 4 of Swords. So we've got more 4 energy. Amazing. Okay. Tarot de la Nuit, do you have any other messages for us? Any other characters that just want to say hello before we say goodbye? Thank you so much, everyone, that have been in this reading with me until 35555, just gone. This has been a lovely reading. I'm really enjoying just playing here in the playground of this story. I'm learning with you as we go along. Obviously, I've been pulling together a few ideas, but I'm kind of trying to leave it up to Spirit to also tell me the story. Find out what it is she wants us to where she wants us to take this. Okay. I'm not getting any other cards, so it was just the Emperor. Okay, I'm feeling... Okay, Osho Zen Tarot wants to come back out. I did have some other animal spirits as well. But without reading them, I will just show you. We have the kingfisher. We have the frog with the moon. And the kingfisher is under Jupiter. Then we had these beautiful peacock, parrot, flanking the birds in the middle. Again, the sense of unity, bringing the left and the right into union in the center, the sun and the moon, enlightening the third eye. And we also had the fish and the insect, very much a sort of moth or butterfly spirit, or even praying mantis spirit. All of these cards represented feminine energy, renewal, fertility, abundance, feminine power, feminine energy, creation, fecundity, feminine energy again, peace, abundance, and love. Love, prophecy, verbosity, and meditation. Vision, wisdom, beauty, and guardianship. And soul, divinity, liberation, creativity, and rebirth. I mean, those are the energies. And the bear of healing, divinity, and invulnerability. I'll read you the bear. Bear of healing, divinity, and invulnerability. The bear has symbolized divinity and healing in many cultures. The Ainu people of the northern islands of Japan believed the bear was a mountain god. In India, bears are believed to prevent disease. Children are allowed to ride on the bear's back to avoid sickness. And among the Finno-Ugric peoples, the bear was the god of heaven. The bear has figured prominently among Native American peoples who regarded it as a spirit helper. This painting of a bear woman dancing with a rattle recalls the Pawnee Indian story of Bear Medicine Woman, in which a girl born with a bear spirit has the power to heal. And I've got my little polar bear as my spirit guide animal tonight. So thank you, Great Bear, for coming out tonight. Isn't that a beautiful card? Those sort of spiritual star cluster energies. And we've just gone past the 4-hour mark, which is a beautiful cue for me to take leave. I'm going to read the horses as well, because the horses came up so much tonight with the winged Pegasus and the centaurs. The horse represents the symbology of friendship, wisdom, and strength. The horse is a kind, intelligent beast that has frequently been associated with... Oh, I've read the horse, haven't I? Let me read. Let me read from Thoth this card. The balance, the art, the resurrection, the 14 of the major arcana. that's interesting. It's numbered 15. Oh, because they've got the Fool as number 1. Okay. So number 14 in the Thoth Tarot. This is art formerly called temperance. The highest achievement of alchemy was the effecting of change, the transmuting of objects, qualities, colours, and so on into their opposites. Thus, in this card, the red lion has become white, the white eagle has become red. In the main figure, the black and white personages, which were the lovers in card 6, are now interchanged and fused into an androgyne figure. Androgyne figure. Andro meaning masculine, feminine meaning gyne. Androgyne or androgyne. This is the consummation of the royal marriage, masculine and feminine into unity. The rainbow symbolizes another stage in the alchemical process by the aura of many colored lights rising out of putrefaction. Putrefaction itself is shown by the raven perched on a skull on the cauldron. The consummation of the whole art of alchemy is proclaimed in the glory with its inscription, Vista Inteoria Terrae Rectificando in Venis Occultem Lapidem. The counsel to visit the interior of the earth is a recapitulation on a higher plane of the first formula of this work. The important word is rectificando. It implies the right leading of the new living substance in the path of the true will. I think that's a beautiful point to stop, and it's 4:04. My beautiful ones, thank you so much for sharing in this reading with me. Thank you for taking this journey. Thank you for watching all this way. And thank you for coming back next time. This story isn't done. We aren't finished. I really hope that you will join us 40444 just then. I loved having your energy here. I loved being here with you. I loved this opportunity to share these messages with you, to share these energies that the universe and spirit so wants you to have and so wants me to tell you about. So thank you for listening, and thank you for sharing your love, your light. I send my love, my light, and my healing energy to you on your journey, on your magical journey. Stay beautiful, be good to yourselves, and go within. Go within. Namaste. Amen. Alhamdulillah. Goodbye.